Our first executive session. We're back a little bit late. Apologies, Cameron. 11 o'clock interview for vacancy in the Clear Creek County Tourism Bureau. And first of all, thank you for your interest. This would be your second term, right?
Yep.
And did you serve a full term? Because it seems like it wasn't that long ago that we had this conversation.
In about a year.
Via Zoom. Okay, so maybe just
I know, right?
yeah. We all know you, but maybe some people are watching online who don't. So maybe just introduce yourself and let us know the role that you play in the community, your interest in the Open Space Commission, what you've experienced so far, and why you're interested in continuing.
Sure. So my name is Cameron Marlin. I am a proud Idaho Springs native. I work for the Clear Creek Metropolitan Recreation District, and I've been doing that for just about 2 years. And I joined the Tourism Bureau about a year ago, like we just talked about. And a big reason why is because I understand and I see the friction that happens between our local population and tourists that are so important to our economic vitality. And I love Clear Creek County, and I think that it's important for our visitors to love Clear Creek County and to treat it with the respect that it deserves.
What's your interest in, what have you, tell us about your experience so far in the short time that you've been there?
Sure. A lot's happened in the short time that I've been there. We did a strategic plan coming together where there were stakeholders from all kinds of different representation of our county to come together and talk about why tourism is important and what strategic direction we should be going with the Tourism Bureau. There also was the beginning of the Live Wild campaign, which was largely directed by the feedback from the BoCC about how we can really attract our ideal visitor, people who enjoy outdoor recreation and who have the financial resources to spend some money at the cash registers and to help support our economy. Backfilling lost revenue from Henderson Mine is an important part of why outdoor recreation is so important in Clear Creek County. And so to kind of marry that together with Live Wild has been a really great accomplishment, I think, for sure. And then I think I hit on all of my most important things. Cass and I were just talking about the bathroom takeover that I think was a pretty great accomplishment that's happened in the last year of really just trying to get more exposure. There was the economic data to show that gas stations are generating a huge portion of our revenue. And so that's where a lot of our visitors are coming from. And so that was a really thoughtful and intentional way to attract the people who we want more of here in Clear Creek County.
Okay, George, Randy.
I guess I'll start this time, I'll jump in here. First off, really appreciate the work of the Tourism Bureau and being responsive in the Live Wild campaign and all of this. One of the ways that this conversation is starting to manifest as we bring the municipalities in is trying to make a focus on our downtown areas. And I know we've strategically kind of tried to say Clear Creek County a lot. Part of that is because the conversation with the municipalities about how you prioritize the different ones can be hard. So in general, what are your thoughts about shifting from a focus on sort of getting people into the woods with the hope that they end up in the cash registers to getting people directly into the businesses and marketing our business areas and businesses? Generally, how do you feel about that? And then how would you approach those conversations with the municipalities about how to take a shift like that in an equitable way?
Your question is asking, how do I feel about bringing visitors to businesses?
About taking a shift from, go to this trailhead to go to this business.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that that strategic plan opportunity to bring together stakeholders from various businesses and parts of the community was an important way to talk about how we can help each other. And I think collaboration is the name of the game. Continued conversation between, where is there a saturation versus a need and how do we satisfy that need? I think that my role with the rec district really plugs me into the local community, which is a helpful liaison to have to the Tourism Bureau to sort of bring voice to the needs that the municipalities are expressing.
Okay, thank you. I asked John, who'd been there for 15 years, how he keeps up the energy. I'm going to frame it a little bit different for you because you've been here for a year. What have you really enjoyed about your work? Like, what do you look forward to digging into in your next term on this board, if you have one?
Yeah, thanks for asking. There's some personal passions of mine that I feel like I can leverage through the Tourism Bureau. And so selfishly, I really enjoy that a lot. I feel strongly about sustainability in general. And I think that it's exciting that the Tourism Bureau is spending more time thinking about how we can improve sustainability and preserve our natural resources. And I also bring in my business background, where I think that business has a unique ability to solve audacious problems that societies experience. So, like, for example, the cardboard signs that people take to the top of Mount Bierstadt to say they climbed a 14er, that has been cited as one of the most common sources of litter in the high alpine environment. And so that, to me, seems like a business opportunity. Bring in your cardboard thing and get a free cup of coffee. And now we're finding that interplay between promoting environmental sustainability and also generating revenue and supporting our local economy. And so the Tourism Bureau is at that coming together point. And it feels like where the rubber meets the road, and it's an opportunity to make change in a positive way. And not only that, being a native, I am aware of the realities of Henderson Mine and our economic future. And so being able to make a contribution to the larger impact of needing to kind of reorient our economy towards a sustainable and outdoor-based recreation slant, that's really exciting.
One of the problems that we see, that I can see as a problem today, is that if we talk about we need more of these people here recreating in the woods to replace the Henderson mine, is that if we've already reached a saturation level ecologically, where those trail, in other words, where there's not a need, we're not seeing a lack of people. And sure, there are places that have fewer people and some that are absolutely overwhelmed. But is there a place where, I guess what I'm trying to say is what's been brought up is a shift from bringing more people to the woods versus a shift to making sure that the people that are coming to the woods go to the businesses, because a tourism economy is only about, you can only use the word economy with tourism economy if it ends up in the cash registers, in that way. And whether that's the outfitter, the raft guide or whomever, or the raft company owner, or whether that's the restaurant or any number of people, the gas stations, that's where the benefit of tourism is. And so I guess, is the answer to the Henderson mine to continue to grow tourism, or do we risk having being a one-trick pony if we focus so much on that with expanding that one thing? Is there a limit to it, as opposed to, is there a way that we can strategically optimize the inevitable fact that we will be a tourism place, and a place that would probably be visited if we didn't advertise it right now? And I'm not suggesting that we don't still have a marketing budget, but I'm suggesting that, there's no lack of, I was on top, I was in September, I was on top of Bierstadt at 7 a.m. about 30 minutes after the sun rose, climbed it with a headlamp, and I counted 50 people on the way down, that were on the way up in September. And, and it's easy to identify Bierstadt as a problem, but it's a thing that we see growing everywhere. And you've lived here your whole life to be able to see change over that short period of time that you have been alive, but, enough to know, enough to see. I'm trying to figure out how to form that into a question, because I did hear a couple of words like where we have saturation versus where we have need. And I wondered if you could define saturation and define need, or what you would perceive as need in that case.
Well, listening to you guys over and over again and talk about how we need to bring people to 6th Street in Georgetown, how we can lessen the pressure on the Minor Street downtown district in Idaho Springs without taking anything away from them, but also to spread it around in a more logical and strategic way. If I had the answer, I don't know if we would be sitting here right now.
Okay,
But I think that as we continue to work together and collaborate, that there are really smart people who truly understand these issues. And I think that the collaboration is where solutions come from.
you answered it well in the first sentence. I just wanted to make sure, because I
Cool.
was coming at it from a land management perspective of the effects of tourism. And so sometimes we perceive, as we talk about spreading the peanut butter around the environmental toast, we talk about, well, we've got too many people here, so let's just move them over there where there aren't a lot of people, which can be a strategy for making sure there's a lot of people everywhere, which is so that but the need that you're talking about is the need to move those people to where the cash registers are.
And to extend their stay. Let's have visitors who spend a couple days in Clear Creek County and enjoy Empire just as much as they enjoy Silver Plume and downtown Georgetown.
I think I rambled enough there, so.
No, good questions. I want to ask you about, I'm kind of excited about this idea that I think it was John Seller's idea. We should give him the credit. There are limits on who we can appoint to this board, right? You have to be representative of the tourism industry or some other qualifications. We could create some advisory roles on the board that would let us just kind of pick community members that feel like they want to have a voice in the conversation. Maybe even young people, and talking to you, I'm talking about teenagers, but some other people said young people, people in their 30s and their 20s, and I was very flattered. So what are your thoughts on, how you just that on adding advisory roles, bringing some other voices, adding some diversity to the board?
Yeah, I agree with having some young people on the board. I think that the fresh perspective, I'm thinking of teenagers, is really important and really valuable. I also think that it's important for residents of Clear Creek County to be on this board, because I think that friction that I mentioned in the past is something that is important, especially to the people who live here. It is frustrating when you can't find a parking spot or whatever it is, but that education piece of how we rely on these visitors for the bigger picture is important. And I think that the residents need a seat at the table for that discussion. I also think and I know that Cass has worked a ton to try to get representation from the lodging industry. I heard the conversation about microtel folks. That would be great. Obviously, the lodging folks is where our money comes from in terms of the Tourism Bureau, and having their perspective is valuable. Another thing I want to add as a plug to myself is I am happy to contribute to the ROMP discussions within my role with the rec district. And so there is value for that conversation to be extended to the Tourism Bureau, and it is a privilege to be able to help do that.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions, Mr. Chair.
I was kind of surprised to learn that the current board only has 4 people. What happened?
I scared them all away.
That's your sales pitch? Yeah.
Very scary. I wish I knew. It's a fun board to be on.
What do you think the board is missing other than 4 bodies?
Well, just to kind of harken back to the previous conversation, I think local representation, lodging, young people.
Is it?
I think sustainability, people with an interest in sustainability, that their voice would be good to include.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I didn't mention for the other 2, we've been talking a lot about the towns, the cities, and businesses on 6th Street, right? I don't think you guys, well, I know you don't, right? I can actually think of all 4 people right now, and I know exactly where all of you guys are.
Yep.
Yeah. There's no one from Georgetown at all,
Right.
or Empire.
from the west end of the county would be.
Right. And we've tried on other boards, planning commission and others, to make sure that we have sort of a widespread, a proportional geographic representation. I think that could be important here too. Another thing that occurs to me, and it probably, you could actually say they're in the, involved in the industry, but there are actual public land managers that more so will be interacting to the romp and recreation planning. But the whole thing all ties together. It all has to tie together because tourism and what tourism marketing does is so critical to how people behave and where they go and all of those kinds of things and setting up expectations. And so somewhere in tourism, having a strong enough connection from that, you mentioned the environmental side, maybe also public land management side and an advisory role, whether it was representative of the Forest Service or CPW, to sit in some role in tourism at times so that it's, it's a little broader discussion. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. I don't know if anybody any of those people would even find the time or be able to do it or think it appropriate, but it could be, you can get some good input out of that at the end of the day towards the very subjects that we've been talking about. Anyway.
What is it that you hope to bring now that takes a little while to navigate the landscape and sort of understand what is expected of you as a board director. What do you hope to bring in your next term?
I need better balance in my role with the rec district to be able to contribute more of my time to the Tourism Bureau. So that's something I'm really looking forward to in my next term. And then I think that we have done a lot in terms of sustainability, and I want to continue working with that. And it's exciting too, like Randy was talking about, the marketing of around Live Wild and having photos of people who are staying on the trail and are behaving as our ideal visitor would. I look forward to seeing more of that and helping bring that to life.
Now, if we can just get the auto companies to do the same thing in their television advertising, would be way ahead. Sorry, I was just thinking about advertising and showing good behavior, everyone is suddenly in the last 3 to 4 years, everybody gave up and sold out. Toyota, everybody, they're all doing it. They've all got somebody jumping over the top of a mountain or splashing through a river somewhere, obviously off the trail, just to show you've got power.
Yeah, tires spinning and
Oh,
soil
God.
flying.
It's like every once in a while they show a trail in the background just to let you know they're sort of near one.
Anything else that you want us to know?
I think I touched on everything that I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Well, thanks again for your renewed interest. The way the process works, you probably remember from last time, is we will talk about this at some point in the near future, and Beth will let you know within probably a month or so.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Cass, for showing up. So board is now in recess. Actually, can we have lunch and then maybe go back to our executive?
We're catering in lunch at 1 with so it's a joint working lunch with Pilgrim.
And they're coming here.
Yes, they're coming here and we're having
Oh, I
lunch
see.
Friday at 1 o'clock.
So we're just supposed to.
Earlier.
That's
so we're
not
just
lunch
supposed
right
to-
Oh, that lunch right there that I didn't see.
So for the next- so for an hour and a half, we're just supposed to smell it. Is that what you said?
You guys could do whatever you guys want individually.
I would recommend that we go into executive session. Whether you bring your lunch into executive session is up to you.
Okay.
I might grab an appetizer.
That's fine.
All right, fair enough. So
Get some guac.
board will now move into, where I move the board transitions to executive session to discuss the following matters.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224B and E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions concerning the organization and implementation of a co-responder crisis intervention team, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to the organization and implementation of co-responder crisis intervention team.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Board, motion passes. The board will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. We will be back for our next agenda item at 1 o'clock.
thank you. We really appreciate the partnership. Thank you, man.
That's the way to kick off the meeting.
Yeah.
Nothing from the sheriff's office.
It'll come next week.
Next time. Cover our lunches. That's right.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I know we have a variety of people online. I thought maybe it would make sense for us to just go around the table here really quickly and do introductions. My name's Sean Wood. We do things in a very egalitarian manner here in Clear Creek County, so we just rotate through the chairs. So this happens to be my year to be the chair. Randy?
Randy Wheelock, next year will be my year to be the chair. I'm usually the oldest person in the room. I'm not sure that's true today, but I think that's possible.
I think so, Randy.
Yeah, you're in good company. Oh, God, is it my turn after I just took a huge bite? I'm Megan. I'm the public information officer for the county. I'm pretty new, so I started in April. Linda Eisenhart, Gilpin County Commissioner.
Hi, Sandy Hollingsworth, Gilpin County Commissioner.
I'm Elisa Witt. I'm responsible for Gilpin County Public Health.
So that they can be balanced.
Kevin Armstrong, Sheriff of Gilpin County.
Rick Albert, Sheriff, Clear Creek County.
I'm still Commissioner of Gilpin County.
I'm Andrea Turk. I'm a director at Jefferson Center. I oversee our Jefferson County
Dixon.
Responder programs.
The balanced.
Peter Lichtman, County Attorney for Clear Creek County.
Brian Bussard, Clear Creek County Manager.
Ray Rears, Gilpin County Manager.
Janie Barker, and I am with Gilpin County Human Services.
George Marlin, I'm the other Clear Creek County Commissioner.
Awesome. And I think we may have JCMH on Zoom.
I'm trying to promote to panelists, but they have to accept it, so.
Okay.
Not hearing from anybody.
We have a Human Service Director over here.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. How about the back row?
Sarah Casano, Clear Creek County Human Services. That's Luther, Clear Creek County Operations.
Debbie Dine, Clear Creek County Clerk and Recorder.
Amy Saxton, Clear Creek County Strategic and Community Planning.
And Kira, are you able to speak yet? Online? Okay,
Oh, here you go.
okay. Kira, do you want to join us at the adult table?
We've got it. It's got bigger chairs.
Right, that's your choice. You don't need to. Okay, and I know we have Kira online from JCMH, and whenever you're able to, Kira, maybe you can introduce yourself. There you are.
Hi there. Thanks for allowing us to join. Hello, everyone. I'm Kiara Kunstler. I'm the CEO at Jefferson Center. And I know we have Kara Campbell on with us as well. And Andrea is there in person. So thanks, Andrea, for being there.
We have a pretty brief agenda today. We're going to be talking about the animal shelter and about the shooting park and also about what's going on regarding co-responder programs. Is that correct?
Just co-responder and Charlie's Place, the animal shelter.
Okay.
Those two.
All right. Yeah, I guess the check spoke for itself. So, okay. Do you want to kick us off with the animal shelter, Brian?
I'm gonna turn that over to Sheriff. I know that.
Oh, perfect.
Well, it was Gilpin County would requested the joint meeting to talk about operations at Charlie's Place. That was kind of the extent of what I understood. I wanted to make sure the sheriff was here, given that's his.
I don't have my report that I turned in. It's on your attachments.
Oh, gotcha.
Agenda list.
Mhm.
I gave them attached how many dogs and cats and stuff that you guys have put in so far up to, I think it was September. Or
Oh,
October.
I see it. September 22.
September 22nd. So I don't think you had that many, but it's there. And I know you guys every year come and just meet with the county commissioners to talk about the animal shelter and stuff. It's going good. We have some HVAC problems down there, but I think they're being slowly taken care of down there. So it was getting really hot down there, so it should start taking care of itself. We've been having problems with employees staying. Our commissioners did do a salary survey and we're able to give them a little bit of a raise, some of them. So that might help with the retention process that we have down there and keep people around for a little bit. Other than that, it's still going strong and, Sue Peterson down there. She's doing a great job and all the employees, so. Have any questions for me?
What's the adoption rate? Are animals adopted right away?
Usually, I think, I wish I had that report.
I'm trying to, I think I might have it. I'm trying to share the screen.
I was gonna say, I think it's.
No, is this what we were looking for?
I see 6, yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Total impounds of 134, I see 61 adopted and 63 redeemed, meaning returned to owner.
Yeah.
So that's 124, the 134. Few transferred out, 1 euthanized, 1 died, 3 to foster care, for a total outflow of 143.
Yeah, there we go, yeah. So, yeah, Sue's always been good about that. You know, we try to be a no-kill shelter, you know. Sometimes I don't know why this one was euthanized, but you know, it could have been sick. You know, the vet bills would have been too much. And, you know, a dog or something, who knows?
But one euthanization, it isn't bad, you know, that's a pretty good thing. I know over in our county, whenever somebody loses a pet, you know, people are always on Facebook, well, check Charlie's place.
Yeah.
And so I think the word is out that if you find an animal, it's a good place to come and.
And if nothing else, call them and let them know, hey, I'm missing this dog. You know, it was last seen at Cloudland, or not Cloudland, what's another campground over there that you got?
Gold Creek.
Yeah, Columbine Campground or something, and they'll take notes.
Mhm.
That way, if somebody does call and say, there's this dog loose, okay, we know who the owner is. So
Yeah.
they keep up to date on that stuff really well down there too.
And they publish the pictures,
Yes,
even if they don't have the dog in their shelter, and that's a huge service.
yeah.
Because people can go and look for them online, even if the dog's not there.
Yeah, so.
Oh, well, that's
they do-
great.
They do a good job up down there.
It's good to see that almost half of them made them back to their owners.
Mhm.
Right.
Anything else?
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
I guess I'm kind of curious. I noticed that in our packet is a version of this that was highlighted by Gilpin County, highlighting that where we're getting impounds from.
Location.
I presume you're wanting to point out the difference.
That was me
in the num-
requesting, it wasn't Gilpin County. That was me requesting a report from Sue on the Gilpin County.
Hmm.
Oh, okay.
So
So
she highlighted Blackhawks at City of Gilpin,
okay.
so it pops for me.
Thank you. I had thought maybe
Pictures help.
you all had highlighted that and you had something to say about that, because there is a difference in those numbers. It looks like the vast majority of the impounds are coming from Clear Creek County. Do you guys have any comments on that?
I think we just wanted to know what activity there was because, you know, you're our support for our county. And I agree with what Randy just said, knowing that about half of them went back to owners. So they were just caught out and about. And the adoption rate is really good. So I don't have any questions really. I think it's working well. Yeah.
Just kind of, it's confusing a little bit to me to see there's 25 in Idaho Springs and 0 in Central City. Are dogs illegal there or something? I mean,
Well, yes, they are illegal.
that's their
We're
gamble.
encouraging people to adopt a deer or a moose.
There's one dog in Central that's always loose, but everyone knows where it belongs.
Oh my gosh.
I got you.
Sounds like my dog.
The other 9 are probably like up our way. Running around.
Gotcha.
Could I ask a question real quick? When we have a dog or a cat that needs to be quarantined, is that under the impound number or is that I'm just curious since I'm new in my position about, the quarantine procedure when we have either a dog that we
It
can
would
identify.
probably be under impounds
Okay,
with a special note that was quarantined, like a dog bite or something.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Because that's another really important service that we appreciate. Because we need to do that from time to time. Quarantine.
Mhm. George, I did think of a question. Do you find because you're on the I-70 corridor, do people drop off animals and abandon them? Does that play into this number?
I think the sheriff probably has a more well-informed opinion on that than I do.
I would say yes.
Yeah.
You know, they either drop them off or they'll let Fido out to a bathroom on the side of the road. or something.
Bugs out.
And it runs away.
Yeah.
One
Yeah.
of those,
Yeah.
it's sad, but Juniper Pass, there's a lot of dogs up there that, and there's signs all over. Don't let your dog off leash, but they get up there and then they jump off to their death.
Oh.
We
Wow.
have 2 or 3 of those a year
Huh.
there. So tourists need to
Huh.
make sure they understand leash laws and stuff like this. That way they keep their dogs there.
Right.
I don't know about turning in dogs,
Or just letting them
just kind
go.
of,
Yeah.
you know, letting them off leash, go to the bathroom or something. Something scares them because they're from
Right.
metro agency. They don't have squirrels or raccoons or something like that. That can scare them away.
It's hard to know. There are, my experiences that I felt that there were some people that were getting rid of dogs by coming up the mountains and letting them off. But I don't know how much of that isn't just what the sheriff said, dogs that get away. People, I mean, most people, when they come up from somewhere else, think I took my dog somewhere that I can finally let it off in a leash. And we run into that all the time. And all it's got to take is one deer going by and they never see their dog again. You know, they get disoriented in the woods and don't find them again. And I think there are probably a few of them that are let out like that, but it's not, I don't think it's that many.
More unintentional separation. Yeah.
Anything else about Charlie's Place? Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
The other topic is co-responder. And I'll just give a little brief history. I remember this conversation kind of came up in this board in the fall of 2020. There was a grand jury that had some recommendations for us. And then we had a meeting with your board the following summer. I think it was maybe July of 2021. And we're back to talk about it some more and hopefully to be a little more aggressive about taking some action and kind of charting a path for getting some solutions in place. 2 weeks ago here in this room, this board asked our staff to stand up a task force and to stand up a task force with the charter of doing some research, going out to other communities that had co-responder programs in place, finding out the pros and cons of the different programs and coming back to this board with some recommendations. And I think maybe appropriate at some point to have probably Sarah give a quick update on what she's learned so far. But beyond that, there's also something that's in front of both of our boards, which is a grant application that's due at the end of this month that we've been discussing as well. So George, Randy, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I don't think, well, just to say that it's something that we've been working on, trying to get the kind of training that we need for law enforcement and trying to get integrated for the last couple of 3 years. And of course, the current events of the last few months have brought it to light that we have to make it a priority to get this done for the sake of our community and the visitors coming through us and all of our responders and everyone. And without going into details about that, is for me personally, and I think from talking to other folks in the room at this table, there's a high sense of urgency that we want to have a program that's better than what we have today and is sustainable and works well into the future to everyone's benefit. That high level of urgency is what I want to comment on the most, that we both chart a path that's long-term and sustainable, but that there are things that start to happen that are material very soon now that give us better resources to do the best job we can.
You have anything to add, George?
Yeah, I'll just address that. I know we sat in a joint meeting a year ago. Was it in 2021 that a joint meeting a year ago? And we talked about wanting to pursue this together. And I think that's something that we should discuss here. Some risks that I'm aware of is that we have 12 days until our grant deadline. And we absolutely have to have something on the ground and have a grant ready. So So I guess I just kind of want to name that the conversation about us trying to build a program together. I think what I'll report to you from the internal conversations in Clear Creek County is that we're not sure that we can pull that off. We're not sure we have the time to pull that off. And I'm not trying to speak for the whole county, but just sort of bring that issue into the conversation.
But I think to clarify that from my feeling about the meeting we had was that is a necessary and long-term goal because we have mutual aid in so many other areas of crisis response. That it only makes sense in the long run that we're integrated. The other side that we feel in Clear Creek right now is that need to have, to use the boots on the ground analogy that we want more resources available as soon as possible. And we've only got days to put together the first opportunity for the grant. And so we were discussing whether to try to do a mutual grant with other agencies and other jurisdictions, or whether to, circle the wagons right here to try to get something on the ground while everyone's doing the same thing and applying for these grants, and then evolve to a state through collaboration like this to be able to ultimately combine forces and have an even more robust solution by coming from multiple pools of money to try to bring it in at the end of the day.
Can you explain the grant? Like, what is this grant available for? And is it for, like a pilot project, assessment, resources, training officers? What's in the grant?
I think Sarah.
Yeah, Sarah, would you mind addressing that question? You look like you were about to answer. I was going to let you.
I know while Sarah's getting set up, a lot of times if more than one jurisdiction goes together in a grant, it makes it stronger rather than dilute it, into, 4 or 5 different smaller grants. So that's something for us to keep in the back of our minds as we talk today.
Right. Agreed.
Okay, and by the way, from a process perspective, I think what would make sense is our board kind of weighed in. We'll give your board a chance to weigh in after Sarah answers your question, and then maybe again Sarah can give you a readout of what she's learned in the past 2 weeks and time that she's been researching this before that, and then maybe we can have the sheriff's comment if you're interested in that.
So for now, you want me to just talk about the peace officer grant, or you want me to talk a little bit about the history?
Just do the peace officer grant for now, and then give their board a chance.
So I would just say that it wasn't even released until September. I just had it here. It's early September, and it's due October 31st, which is a pretty quick turnaround.
I need you to talk up, please.
Oh, sorry. So I was just saying the grant was released made public in early September, and the application is due October 31st.
I need subtitles on this. You switched from Charlie's Place to, we're talking about the gun range right now?
No, we're talking about co-responder.
Yeah.
Co-responder. Okay, I need subtitles when we went from Charlie's Place to this. Actually, I had some more questions on Charlie's Place, but go ahead with your co-responder stuff.
Yeah.
I was listening for what we were talking about. I couldn't figure out what we're talking about. So
Actually,
it's my fault.
yeah.
But I just couldn't figure it out. You guys.
Let's finish the co-responder and then we'll come back to Charlie's Place afterwards, if that's
That's a little
okay.
Too delicate for me. I have to know up front what I'm talking about. Okay.
Okay. No, I thought we spelled it out pretty clearly, but I'll do an even better job of spelling it out going forward.
I think one quick question I have for you, Mr. Chair, is there anyone at this table that doesn't know what we're referring to when we use the term co-responder in the context of this meeting? Okay.
I think we understand.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure
Yeah,
that
thank
everybody
you.
understood. that.
I hope
So-
that Commissioner Sill does and can hear well. Yeah.
Okay.
So the grant's due October 31st. There's 7 different kind of areas that a county can apply for. And it's not even just the county. So it can be a behavioral health or community-based social services providers in partnership with law enforcement or public safety agencies. And really it's to create either a co-responder program, a community-based alternative response, counseling services for peace officers and their immediate family. Could I borrow a piece of and then some other just assistance for law enforcement. But primarily, obviously, we're looking at the co-responder community response or the community-based alternative response.
So you're going for a grant for co-responder, okay?
And it's available to you too, to Gilpin.
Okay. That's true.
Yeah.
You could
so-
apply if you choose.
Yeah, Gilpin County can apply within Sheriff's Department through its Sheriff's Department. Just like Clear Creek County can apply with its Sheriff's Department. As part of this program offered by the Department of Local Affairs.
Okay, and then when we get a co-responder, we're sharing it? What's?
We haven't decided. That's one of the reasons why we're having this conversation today. I'm sorry?
What's our advantage of getting involved?
I think that's something that you probably don't know all the details of what that might look like. I mean, one of the things that I think is the most urgent matter is just to each of us, perhaps for us to do jointly, to make the application so that at least we throw our hat in the ring and we have an opportunity to get the funding. Once we've secured the funding, I think it's going to be incumbent upon us to figure out what's the most efficient way to spend it to best serve our
I like to know up
constituents.
front what we're doing. I don't want to know on the inside or on the backside.
Yep.
I keep preaching to them, never go for a grant that it takes you someplace you don't want to go. Because you're never gonna get rid of the government involvement of that. So always know where you're going
Yep.
before you take a grant, because it's gonna take you down a road. And if you don't want to go down that ramp, don't go for the damn grant.
Yeah, and so maybe our board might be a little further ahead than your board because the three of us have been talking about this for several years. And I don't think there's any dispute that we're interested, that the Clear Creek board is interested in this.
No, and I'll interject going back. I'm going to circle back to the grant. So is this the same grant Tanya's applying for? So we knew about this grant, sent it to the sheriff's office and. is
Tanya
this the same-
applied for a portion of this grant, and that's a
Right.
grant for the first responder mental health.
The mental health. So we are,
Training for first responders.
so we are applying for.
This is for mental health. So if we have a deputy
So
has
we
has a
are,
critical incident or something within the
Yeah.
family or something that Hank
Yeah.
goes to, needs some type of mental health assistance. We work for first responders counseling services up in Fort Collins. And that's the grant money, and it's about $30,000 for that.
Well, then
We've
this,
already applied for that.
this grant is for the development of a co-responder program, which means that it would enable us to have mental health response, augmenting law enforcement response to critical stops and issues in order to have the right resources on scene in a timely fashion to be able to avoid things like the Christian Glass death, that case that just happened recently in Clear Creek County. And that drives our sense of urgency even further than it has been the last 2 years to get to improve that service, those resources.
Yes,
So
sir.
that is the same.
It's a broad grant.
Right.
It's just a different process. You got multiple tiers of grant money available to you based on whatever program you decide to go with.
Mhm.
And my undersheriff did it for the first responders mental health program on
So
that
I just-
piece, which would be
yeah.
separate from the co-responder. Right.
so I just wanted you to know that we are aware of that grant. We're just using it, applying in a different way. So, but it's the same grant now that we know. Yeah.
And we've been talking about this for a couple of years. And, you know, my involvement with JCMH and with some other groups, you know, it's not a brand new idea, but I agree with Commissioner Wheelock. We have a sense of urgency also. You know, our society is getting more busy and there's more things happening, more challenges every day for law enforcement and first responders. So I think that we agree that this is something we need to work on. Yeah.
Is this the one you moved $100,000 into the other day?
Pardon me?
Is this the line item we moved $100,000 into the other day?
We put aside, so I think many of you are aware that we were fortunate to get some extra gaming money this year. So we just went through a long process led by our county manager requesting staff give input for different uses of the fund. And then we did priority-based looking at it. So we did allocate some funding, 75,000 that could be used for co-responder, thinking that it could probably be best used as a grant match, but it could be to help pay for something. And we haven't really decided as a board whether we would want to do something standalone for Gilpin, partner with you two, but
If we
we,
funded it to 75,000, what do we need Clear Creek for?
so for the bigger picture of the co-responder, yeah, and the cooperation, because as you can tell by the two sheriffs sitting by each other, they work well together. So it would be,
I mean, I was just trying to get
Yeah.
basic questions answered.
sure,
I mean,
sure.
No one has abused Clear Creek County more than I have. I mean, back when Bob Perot, Joanne Sorensen, and Fabian Waters sat on the board, I probably took Fabian to lunch 25 times, convincing her on the James Peak Wilderness.
Hmm.
But I think that, I like to know where we're going.
But I think we're getting there, but we're just,
Yeah, we're just starting
Doing
the
this step by step.
conversation right now.
The
So
fact that-
we kind of need to,
And in all honesty, I don't want to decide on the backside how we're going to split up the money or how we're going to split up the work if we get the grant. I want to know up front.
well, that's kind of what
how
we're
going
doing.
To do it. How does it involve Elisa? How does it involve Kevin? I want to know up front what's happening when it's prior to the time that we hold hands with Clear Creek and Chuck in the water. So that's a simple request.
Yeah, and I think I can address that probably from our board's perspective. We didn't create this meeting to try to get you to commit to anything. This is essentially a working session. We want to share some information about what we've learned so
That's
far.
why I was trying to be forthright with you.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, I think you seem a little concerned, and I'm trying to put your,
Well, I'm more than a little concerned. I'm a Gilpin County Commissioner. I'm not a Clear Creek County Commissioner.
I'm not confused about that.
Involved in that with you guys. I want to make sure that it has a benefit to us.
It seems to me,
That's the only thing I'm asking.
it's a really good question. And it seems to me like you all have already applied for this grant. We're going to apply for this grant and it's not going to be a joint application.
Yeah,
And that's what it seems like to me is that we're going to move forward with trying to figure out how to have something on the ground next year. And hopefully next year we can also explore what it looks like for a joint program to come up. But that no commitments are being made right now. I think we all just sort of mutually discovered that right now, that that's not really a possibility.
Yeah, and I think,
Let
And
me
that's-
clarify something. We have not applied for a co-responder piece.
right.
Ours is only for trauma, mental health first aid for
One
law
application.
enforcement.
I was gonna-
And for a co-responder program, it'd be totally separate
right. I
for-
just wanted
from what
to,
we've already applied for.
Mhm.
just wanted to clarify that, it has 7 areas, so we just are doing a different area. And then we haven't discussed it, but if in your application you need letters of support, we probably could do a letter of support of your application to support that. But I guess I still am wondering what it is you're applying for. Are you applying for resources, pilot project, research, assessment? So when you're applying for the grant, what is it going to accomplish? Because that'll help. Because if it's more of the investigation formative stage, then maybe it's not going to cover actual co-responder person, but it's a step to get there.
Mhm.
But if you're applying for a co-responder person, then that's different. So
I think, and we're on the agenda to sort of provide more precise answers to that after this. So
Mhm.
we're not really in a position to say exactly what it's going to be. And I think we'll end up needing necessarily to leave it to the staff and sheriff to figure out a lot of the details, just to have it in time. But I think very generally speaking, the intention is to use this grant to get funding to have a responder in Clear Creek County next year.
and to add a little more clarity to it, I think that we already have some resources available to us, for example, through JCMH. Our understanding, we have training for officers. We have co-response available to us at a very, very limited level at this time. JCMH is talking about, as I understand it, and I don't want to say too much, increasing the size of that by having a person dedicated to that. But we also know that a lot of times, an example is in our county, we're looking at changing our general county operations from as a pilot project from a 5-day to a 4-day work week. Well, obviously, things happen when they happen. And having somebody that's sitting in an office ready to go 4 hours a day or 8 hours a day doesn't necessarily, they're there to be able to respond to a crisis and a need to have that kind of person there then. And so what we're seeing is the ability to have our own countywide multi-agency, meaning with towns, the police departments and the sheriff's office, to have additional co-response capability to infill during those periods of times. That's kind of generally how we're thinking about it. But it all depends on how our task force of our subject matter experts, the sheriff and Sarah and others, how they put the grant together to apply for it. But what we really want is boots on the ground and action to start providing safety now, but then to be able to work forward as we get those boots on the ground to improve it. Because everything you do, you can always do better, and especially stuff that you're doing new for the first time. So, we're talking about creating, then that task force may expand to have some lived experience community members and others to help inform. And also some of the outcomes of that could be then joint cooperation, mutual aid of co-response with Gilpin County, so that we can combine forces to make sure that more hours of the day are covered within our region. Those are just all, brainstorming possibilities that we're kicking around. And
capacity building.
Right. And for right now, we just happen to know we have a grant application that's due in 12 days. And so we've got to figure out some stuff and put it down on paper and apply for it right now.
Oh.
And then start applying for more next month, and looking for opportunities.
Yeah. So along the lines of the task force, the task force is only in Clear Creek right now. So what we're about to say is just for your information, for you to maybe learn something from, and I'll turn it over to Sarah. So 2 weeks ago, the board gave direction to staff, and then Rick Albers, the sheriff, Brian Monsu, the EMS chief, and Sarah Casano, Health and Human Services, have been working together to essentially, because there's no need for us necessarily to reinvent the wheel here. There are programs that have been in the state, and one of the big impetuses was the Colorado Sun ran an article 6 weeks ago, something like that, 4 weeks ago, that essentially pointed out that more than half the counties in the state of Colorado have no co-response programs whatsoever. And I think that probably, along with other events, have led to some focus from the governor's office, from Department of Local Affairs. So what we asked that the three of them to do, and I think they've made great progress in the last 2 weeks, is go talk to your colleagues around the state, see what else is out there, see what different types of programs. Some of the programs use third parties, partners like JCMH. Some of the programs use EMS. There's a program down in UPass that's pretty unique, that has their own, I think it's called a map. So anyway, I'm going to turn it over to Sarah, and she'll just give us a little readout about what she's learned so far. And this is going to inform our grant application. But at the beginning of any, I appreciate your comment, Webb, about not just going off without a direction about what you want to spend the money on. I think that's what we're doing right here, is trying to calibrate what we think is going to work best for Clear Creek County. And hopefully we'll be successful in receiving that grant. And once we do, that's going to be part of the funding that's going to allow us to expand the capabilities that we have now. And I think after this, maybe I'll have Kiara, somebody from your team, talk about GCMH, and that's an area where we have a lot of common interest because we're in the same area. GCMH is our community mental health center that serves us. So I'll start with you, Sarah.
Okay, thank you. So far, we've met with Golden PD, North Glens Co-Responder Program, Denver STAR Program, and Arvada Fire. We're going to meet with Eagle County, Summit, Longmont, Arvada PD, Lakewood, the UPass program, Wheat Ridge PD, and El Paso, just to continue to learn more about those programs. What we're learning, and I think what we're excited about so far, is the idea of EMS, like a paramedic, partnering with a social worker, a licensed clinical social worker, and responding to calls jointly somehow with law enforcement. So the nuts and bolts of how that will really work, I'm not sure. But we're hearing, I think, more and more that there has to be, those entities have to really be embedded within the law enforcement jurisdictions. Otherwise, it's hard for law enforcement to trust those people and to call them and even remember that they're available to call. So I think that's a really quick overview of what we've learned in the last 2 weeks, but I'm hoping to learn even more in the next couple of weeks and get going on this. It was really quick.
Yeah. Any questions for Sarah?
I guess one of my questions, and to speak to Commissioner Sill's point, what is, when a co-responder goes out on a call with law enforcement, what is the ultimate goal? Like, what should the outcome, how should the outcome be different because of the presence of the co-responder?
I ain't gonna
Is it to divert them away from jail? Is it to divert them away from unnecessary mental health holds at the hospital? Is it all of those things? I mean, what do the co-responder programs state as their goals?
So the paper in Colorado Springs wrote an interesting article about UPass's program, and they addressed that exact issue. And they said, well, unfortunately, what we end up with sometimes with law enforcement is what you just described, which is a situation where a patient is taken to the most expensive place you could possibly be taken to, which is the emergency room. And I don't know the details of in UPass in Teller County of where they take the people, but the whole model is instead of showing up with an ambulance or lights, that's, sirens and lights and something that can escalate a situation, it's a different response unit in that case, and they are medically trained. And their goal is to essentially de-escalate a situation, to find out what the patient needs and to take them to the place that best fits them, that's likely to be much less expensive than an emergency room.
And I'll add to that. So at the commissioner level, we've been in different meetings with commissioners statewide. And so we've heard about Summit, Larimer, Boulder County, Lafayette, their programs. And so every program that we hear about, and then you've had recent conversations, every program that we hear about gets tailored to the community. So a goal is that it meets the needs of the community, but it's a trained professional in mental health paired with a trained law enforcement officer. They go out together and through their different eyes, they see the situation differently and assess. So if they go out and it's determined that the person maybe isn't immediately breaking a law, but they are having some kind of indications of mental health needs, then the mental health workers' role would increase. And if it was the opposite, the law enforcement role would increase. So through experiences through the co-responder programs, sometimes they show up together, they do their assessment, and then an officer can actually leave the scene if it's determined that the mental health professional can handle it. And that's really it. And then if that person can de-escalate, use their skills, and really have a conversation and move that person either home or to an agency or a location, and then further connect them up with community resources. So there's all of that. So let's say we have a situation that goes the other way and the officer's like, this person's, in the middle of a crime, they have a weapon, then that would mean that the mental health worker would be there supportive wise, but the officer might say, for your safety, we suggest you step aside. And then the law enforcement would have the lead role in that situation. So it's going out together. And so collectively, when you talk to the other counties and communities that have it over time, they save money too. So that's always the goal for counties. So there is, because they're combining this expertise in different roles. So it can go many ways, but it just gives, more than one discipline looking at it.
Yeah,
So I don't know if
thank
that
you for
helps.
that.
And the most important piece of that we're missing is the follow-up that this person gets so they don't become a frequent flyer to law enforcement, and that they give them the resources that they need to be able to help stabilize them and get them through daily work and daily life events as well. So that it's 3-tier basically: law enforcement clinician, and then the follow-up caseworker on those, in those cases.
And we had a Omni did some work for us in 2020 using federal CARES dollars. And that was the recommendation to focus on navigation as well as co-response.
I mean, a lot, people, too many of us have ended up using jails as rehab for family members or whomever, or for some way to keep people safe. And so it's kind of like sending the right person. If you got a plumbing problem, you call a plumber, not an electrician, sometimes you need them both. And even at the dispatch level, there are some types of calls where it's potential that through dispatch, they can learn that law enforcement really isn't needed for this particular call. And it's a mental health call rather than, and I know I've heard some people say, well, all we need to do is figure out which are the mental health calls and which are the crime calls, and we'll send the right person to the job. And I just see these two big bubbles that overlap in very large part. If an officer sees somebody driving 120 miles an hour on the interstate, that's starting to become more of a mental health issue than a crime issue, but it's still a crime issue. It's obvious.
I got two sheriffs sitting here to the left of me. Who runs a situation when, if you send out both a sheriff's officer, a deputy, and a clinician, family health clinician, who's boss?
It all depends. I'll answer this. If you don't mind. It all depends on the type of call. Our main thing is I'd love to have a co-responder there with me, but I got to make sure the scene is safe before I put somebody else in there. As a law enforcement officer, to me, that's my job, make sure the scene is safe. At that point, I think the law enforcement would be the lead until they figure out, okay, this guy's okay, this guy's safe, everything's okay. The law enforcement then can transition into the co-responder going in and taking care of it. But I think to me, 90% of the time, it'll be the law enforcement going in first to make sure that scene is safe.
I agree.
I mean, that's the first thing in
What do you
first
think,
aid and
Kevin?
everything.
I'm sorry.
What do you think?
I agree. That's why crisis intervention training or CIT training is so critical for law enforcement. It's a 40-hour class in which people are trained not only in mental health issues, but also de-escalation skills. And they have to demonstrate those de-escalation skills to role players who are specialized in understanding mental health disorders and also key word phrases that would escalate a situation or de-escalate a situation. So it helps the officer, the deputy, get those skills in the toolbox to help them de-escalate situations, whether it's a mental health or whether it's just a regular situation. So initially, law enforcement will go in and de-escalate the situation to the point that we can transition to a clinician. Because we got to make sure that clinician is safe and doesn't put themselves in danger, or we have a worse situation that transpires. So law enforcement is almost always going to respond first in Gilpin County because we don't have a clinician. We don't have that resource available to us right now. But I'm with Sheriff Albers here. I'm very much in favor of a co-responder program. How it works and everything, I think we know that we need this program. How it works, we can work out those things.
I think it's gonna work when a deputy says, I saw a threat to life. The clinician says there was no threat to life. I was talking to it.
Well, that's the teamwork that you have to build, that you work with your clinicians. And I think, I'm sorry, I forgot your first name. Andrea can better respond to this as well, but I think it's a team effort in helping making sure that this individual that we're in contact with or working with is getting the proper services that they need in the middle of that crisis or further down the road.
I think oftentimes, if I may, when an officer and a clinician are on scene together, it is a team aspect. There's a lot of trust built between the agency and the clinician, or the officers and the clinician. And when they're on scene, oftentimes the officer is actually relieved that they're not the ones that are having to do the assessment. And they very much trust when the clinician says, we need to place them on a hold, or I think they're safe, we just need to leave them with resources, or we need to refer them elsewhere. Oftentimes that officer is very much along the lines of agreeing with the clinician. Now, of course, if they see something different, then I think they're having a conversation to say, well, this is what I saw, what do you think about this? And then ultimately it becomes a decision that they're making together but that officer really trusts the clinician to make that decision because it's clinical and it's their license and they're saying, you know what, I'm willing to write the M1, the 2765 form to say this is what this means and this is why I'm assessing it this way. So I think that alone relieves some of the pressure off of the officer.
What are the most important tools and the most important ways that trust gets built? What are the major criteria aspects that are required for that trust to exist?
Yeah. So what we have seen to be most successful is that the clinician is housed in the law enforcement agency or with the agency that they're partnering with. So if it's fire, let's say, they're housed with those folks that they're having to go on scene with, because out of sight, out of mind. If they don't know the clinician and they don't build that partnership and see that they're there to respond to anything and everything that they ask them to respond to, it's going to be a lot harder to build that relationship. So it really is riding out in the cars with them. Even if it's not a call that the co-responder needs to go on, it's that they're going out in the community with the officer, going to roll call, being a part of team meetings, being a part of some trainings that are appropriate for civilians. Any type of involvement in the department that the civilian can be a part of, the clinician can be a part of, will build that trust and cohesiveness.
It's also about understanding each other's roles.
Yep.
What is the role of law enforcement and what is the role of the clinician?
Yeah.
And so that they both understand each other's role to be able to better serve the individual.
Yeah, training is huge. So having the clinician do training on behavioral health on the officer side of things and vice versa. Yeah, definitely role definition is very important. Dispatch also plays a role in that, making sure that dispatch and the call center is very clear on their roles, and that then it then encourages dispatch to also play a part in that, because they're the trigger point. They're the ones that are going to be saying, hey, we think a co-responder needs to go out on this call. So if there's that trust and relationship there, that also further ensures that the co-responder is being utilized appropriately.
I really like a nuance of what you just said, which was it's best that you each know each other's roles so that you can mesh best. So you know where you are, where you do need to be, and where you don't need to be, or where you overlap, so that you can provide, and I like the last words that you said, so that you can provide the best service to that person that you've gone to see. I mean, and at the end of the day, it's a service to the whole community when there's, you know, a crime going on or something, but it's also to that person in that situation if it's needed. I mean, and the fact that everyone has the attitude that that's what they're there for is, I think, it feels to me like something that is something would primarily for me, allow me to be a better de-escalator if I were in that role, to know those guidelines and to know how to work together and come there with the idea that you're making sure that you may be there to just simply help that person.
Well, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but thanks for the information. The other two commissioners voted to set aside apparently $75,000 as opposed to $100,000 for our co-responder program, if we had one, or if we're going to develop one. In specific, I don't mind supporting Clear Creek County in this particular request, but whether it's this request or the gun range or economic development, you know, in all those cases, those are all things that Clear Creek County has title to, that, you know, we're simply kind of a tail of the dog, if you will. In the past, many years ago, I thought our cooperation was good, but in retrospect, we were the dog and you guys were the tail. And so I have sympathy and empathy for that. But the situation where Gilpin County will continue to support as a silent partner, if you will, Clear Creek County, those days are over, at least as long as I'm on the board of directors and or county commissioner. But there are specific things that we may want in the future, and we may ask for your cooperation, and we're going to expect it. maybe a regional dispatch center, that kind of a thing, or other things that may come to mind. But, it's a two-way street for me. It's not a one-way street.
Yeah,
And I just want to say that I respect my colleague, Commissioner Sill, and we don't agree on some of these things. Everybody is free to voice their opinion, but I have found our partnership to be very beneficial, and there's no dog and no tail in my world. Just, we have mutual respect, but, that I just want to throw that out there.
I felt the same way when I heard that, and I understand, I appreciate the empathy that you have for, sometimes you're the dog and sometimes you're the tail.
Well, it even goes back all the way to Charlie's place.
Yeah,
I was
and
on the Board of Commissioners before we, along with Bruce Hartman, who was our sheriff at that point in time. And Turkey County began to put together the Charlie's place.
well, I think on some of the things we've been working on today, I don't think we've had anything that we think of as like the other person. If it's a partnership, then there isn't a silent partner. I mean, everybody's a partner, and they all got a voice.
Yeah.
And whether we're talking about any of these items, any of the three items now that we brought up, which is the shooting range too, there are absolute benefits to, I mean, as an example, if you guys wanted to put up a really gigantic shooting range that would get us all of our closures over here in Clear Creek County, I think we'd be thrilled. We wouldn't be embarking on it ourselves. So it's not like one person's a free ride and somebody else is silent. I think there are benefits had on both sides, and we talk about those benefits, and it's got to be mutually beneficial for us, because we want, of course, we want to be winners ourselves for our own people, but in a partnership with you, we want you to be winners for your constituents also at the same time. It's got to be a win-win to be worth doing.
Absolutely. And I'll just throw in, I really value our partnerships, and I think that being two small counties, they're adjacent. We have a lot of similar issues, and we both are limited on resources. So I think there's economy of scale, pooling resources if we have an identified common interest, and working together has a lot of value. And I know that these conversations lead to, whose name goes first. So, it's just part of the conversation and a process. But I do value the conversations and the partnerships that we have, and the possibilities of more.
yeah. And I appreciate you, Commissioner Sill, mentioning that. I would just offer, all of our phone numbers are on the website. If you ever feel like you're sideways with us, or you feel like you're not being heard about a specific issue, feel free to give all of us a call.
I just put cards on the table today.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying.
Coming from, tell you who I am, tell you what future boards of county commissioners may look like. And we're looking for, we're happy to cooperate, but we feel our cooperation is worth more than nothing.
Yeah, and you mentioned a really good one, Commissioner Sill, which is economic development, and we share a footprint, and quite frankly, your county doesn't have as much involvement in it as I think they probably should. And if you look at where the loans get dispersed, and correct me if I'm speaking out of turn.
Say we don't have to, but okay, I flipped that out as a card saying, okay, we're on this, we're on it with you. We get nothing from it, we'll stay there, but at some point in time, we need a favor back, and that's all, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I appreciate you saying that. I'm just saying, if it comes up a situation where you feel like you aren't getting a fair shake, I think we're open books, right?
Yeah.
And we want to be a good partner. We don't want to have a meeting in the future where I hear about something that you're upset about that I didn't even know about.
Yeah, well, like I said, it could be regional dispatch, it could be water, there are all kinds of issues that we may talk about.
The thing that I do think needs to be said, at least from my perspective, I don't really love the idea that, well, we're giving you a great deal right now, so we expect a great deal in the future. I don't think I can really commit to something like that.
Could be a different board.
I think. I said it.
I know, and I'm responding to
No,
it. So,
that's me talking, not any of you talking.
yeah, so now I'm responding to it and
Everyone
saying,
well, I know, but what I'm saying is that, we're not in the make Clear Creek County business stronger.
It's not. And so the point that I'm trying to make is let's treat separate issues as the separate issues they are. If we need to have a conversation about Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation, let's have that conversation. If there's something that Clear Creek County needs to do differently with respect to that, let's have that conversation. Let's not say Clear Creek's getting one over on Gilpin, so we expect to get one over on you later, because I just can't commit to that approach.
And that's not, that's not our intent here.
Yeah.
That's one person. I'm thinking we have other people online that we might like to hear from.
Yeah, thank you.
And kind of get back to what we were talking about there.
Okay, and we're not real pressed for time. I'm sorry, Sheriff.
Since we're talking about sharing friendships and stuff, I want to right now in front of you guys thank Kevin for the support that we received during Bruce Snelling's passing. He sent over some deputies to patrol our area so our officers could all go to the funeral. He took over our dispatch center for 12 hours from 6 to 6. So Kevin and I have a good relationship, and and it's you guys too, because you support what he does. But I want to take this moment right now and thank you guys for allowing him to do that. That freed up my officers. And did you send a jailer over too?
Yes.
And a jailer. So all my people except the one could go to Bruce's funeral.
Well, thank you, Sheriff Albers. Yeah.
Appreciate that. And I'd like to hold that up as an example of kind of the spirit I was trying to express a moment ago, that we're asking you over for a meeting to talk about something. It's a way where we can all make something better for everyone, for all of us, where we see mutual need and opportunity and respect. I'm not trying to sell anybody my GMC. I'll tell you right now, the tie rod ends are falling off. You don't want it. I can't in good conscience sell it to anybody. So I'm not trying to sell anybody a GMC. I'm just thinking that we might be able to go together and ultimately be able to cooperate on something that is a critical need in our community that's been demonstrated by recent history.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to go back to the co-responder discussion, because some other goals, it's all about community safety. I mean, that's why we're even talking about, it's about increasing the safety of our communities and getting the right services to our residents. And through that, co-responder is one approach to that. So those are other goals and outcomes of the program.
Thank you. Yeah. And I also want to chime in that public health, Clear Creek County Public Health has been a huge support to Gilpin County Public Health since I started as a new director in February. Had several meetings and continue ongoing sharing programs and services and resources. So there's been a lot of benefit in that collaboration as well. So I want to thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you for bringing that. Anyone else have anything to offer before I maybe turn it over to Kiara from JCMH to hear a little bit of a readout about what they offer and how they can kind of figure into this conversation?
Only that I have mean no disrespect by getting up and walking over and getting another cookie. You know.
And I just after, I want to hear from JCMH first, because I think it'll inform this conversation, but you mentioned a possibility for a letter of support, and maybe we can talk about the ways that our work here locally within Clear Creek County can benefit Gilpin, so we can articulate that a little bit for a letter. But I think JCMH will probably help us understand that.
Sure. I know one example is just the gaming traffic. I'll throw that out there. You know, people come to Gilpin County. A lot of people come through Clear Creek County. So, you know, the incidents don't know a border. And so it could happen just inside your border, just inside our border. And so I think just cooperating helps to gray that area so that we're all about community service. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks again for joining us, Kiara. JCMH serves Jefferson County, Gilpin County, and Clear Creek County. So we do have a lot of shared interests, and Linda and I are both privileged to serve on the board of directors at JCMH. So I know that we currently have services with respect to co-responder, and maybe it would also be important, Kiara, for you to maybe give us a little outline in terms of the support you're giving to some of the agencies down there in Jefferson County.
You bet. Thank you for having us today. And I would just echo the collaboration that Jefferson Center has had with Clear Creek and Gilpin counties over many, many decades. And we really appreciate the leadership around the table today. And certainly the focus on behavioral health and the excitement and about the potential of a co-responder program. In order to address the community's needs as it relates to behavioral health, it's really a multifaceted approach. A co-responder program is just an excellent addition to what we currently provide, to really have that trusting relationship built, to be able to be accessible to people on the scene. I think you all did a really fantastic job of describing what a co-responder program is. Jefferson Center has been operating co-responder programs for 10 to 15 years across different municipalities, as well as Jeffco Sheriff's Office. So we have a lot of experience in developing these programs and partnering with law enforcement in making the program really fit the needs of the community, as you've said before, as well as being embedded in the culture of the law enforcement agency and what works best for the law enforcement team. So it's very open in terms of how it's structured, but please know that you can rely on us to help create what that looks like. You don't have to start from scratch. You don't have to come up with it on your own. We have a lot of experience in this area, and we want to bring that to the counties. I know a couple of years ago we pulled in our Jeffco Sheriff's lead, brought them to the table in collaboration and discussion. And if that would be helpful, again, as you're doing research, Sarah, please let me know. I'm happy to make that introduction as well. You know, I think in terms of the sort of multifaceted approach that I mentioned a minute ago, co-responders by and large have not been sustainable in a 24/7 model. So the co-responder piece is one critical point, but there's also the need for 24/7 access around the clock. And so building those supports in as well. So as many of you know, Jefferson Center has 24/7 crisis services. So at any time of day or night, anyone in the community, whether it's a person in crisis, whether it's a law enforcement officer, whether it's a teacher at the school, whether it's a family member, you can call us directly. We have protocol and materials that we've sent to all of you in the past, and we're happy to share those again, where you can call us directly 24/7, talk to our crisis team. They're able to consult through an emergency situation with you. They're able to do telehealth with the person in crisis in the moment, or be dispatched for a mobile response. If it's during the daytime hours, we do have 20 hours in Clear Creek and 20 hours in Gilpin with a person embedded in the community. And so Emily Weir is our local crisis touch point in Gilpin County, and Carrie that you know well in Clear Creek County. And those are the important sort of face-to-face contacts that have hopefully built trust and established good partnerships over time, but also know that they are supported by a 24/7 team when they're not available. And the same will be true of a co-responder. So the co-responder is embedded in law enforcement. They're really directed by law enforcement in terms of when to go out. A crisis clinician is a little bit different in that they're responsive to any crisis that occurs and is not solely embedded within law enforcement. So both of those pieces are important, and we hope to be able to provide both of those pieces. I would also say before I answer any questions, funding, I know that there's concerns and challenges about funding programs in smaller communities. Right now, and really over the past couple of years, we've been in a position to be able to pull funding together to support co-responder programs. And Jefferson Center is really committed to being your partner around finding funding sources for sustainable programming for the co-responder. There's 3 different main ways that co-responders are funded. One is through grants like the one that you were discussing earlier through the state that are applied for by law enforcement, but in collaboration with Jefferson Center or other entities. There's also funding that comes directly from the state to Jefferson Center to fund co-responder programs. There's typically not enough grant money to go around across the board. There's typically not enough state direct to mental health center money to go around. So we sort of pull each of those funding streams as is possible. And then the third piece is really pulling together funding wherever it might exist. So it might be allocation from from city funds or county funds, or Jefferson Center fundraising, philanthropy, and wherever we can support gaps in the funding as well. So what I'm saying to you all today is I do not want funding to be a barrier for us to get started, is if this is the wish of the county. And the Jefferson Center, at least in the first year of development, is willing to figure out the funding on our end, grant or no grant. We're committed to a year of funding as we work together to cobble a sustainable path beyond that. So I'll pause there. I know I was speaking quite a bit there. Are there questions that I can answer?
Thanks, Kira. Who has any questions for Kira?
I have one. You mentioned crisis clinician versus a co-responder, and that the co-responder, and I've heard it from other sources today in this room just a minute ago, that the co-responder is most effective in building that trusting relationship where they work together well when they're embedded within law enforcement and become part of that. That's that implies that that's a little bit of a breaking down of the silo right there, and that you're bringing these different disciplines together into one place so they can more holistically respond to types of crisis. And it makes me wonder, and then that a crisis clinician is typically not embedded. And I'm wondering, when we're dealing with places that are small and have smaller resources and the funds and the grants are scarce and you're trying to build sustainable funding streams and all those things, if there's a case to be made where are there any successful models where we've broken down the silo further and been able to have the same function provided by, essentially, in other words, the crisis clinician sounds like somebody who would make a great co-responder, if you follow what I'm saying. So if our economics of scale is small enough in terms of both cases and so forth, can we combine that into one person or one group of only a couple of people that have a strong enough relationship with the department to know that then through dispatch, you can determine when they can respond to another type of crisis without law enforcement, where we can combine those functions and still get everything done. Is there a model for that?
I think it absolutely needs to be a model, and it's somewhat what we're doing now in the mountain communities. Our crisis clinicians that are up there, Carrie and Emily, do function as sort of a hybrid of a crisis responder and a co-responder because of the close connection that they have with law enforcement. Really, the silos are at the state level and with funding streams and contracts. The contracts and funding that comes from the state are very, very separate for those positions, and the contracting entities like as much clarity as possible in those positions. But we have certainly advocated and will continue to, like, what's the position that's needed to best meet the needs of the community, and we'll figure out the funding, the contracting, how to sort of make it work. I think that's what we have to do to more fully meet the needs of communities that wherever we're serving them.
Thank you.
Kara, I was wondering, so it sounds like Clerky's going to do this grant for co-responder, and we're going to use it in a different way, this particular grant. What can you provide as far as data? You said you've been doing co-responder for 10 years or maybe as much as 15 years. Do you have data that could help inform the grant applications?
We do.
I'm sure we'll do something in the future.
You bet. You bet. And each entity agency tracks data a little bit differently, but Andrea is in the room and may be able to speak to this a little bit more, but we can definitely take that away as an action item and get data back to you. The type of data that's typically collected, and it does depend on who's paying for the services and sort of what they're wanting tracked. So it looks a little bit different from program to program, but how many contacts have there been? Was there diversion from jail or criminal justice involvement? Was there outreach completed and navigation to benefits? Those are the types of things that are typically collected. Andrea, what would you add to that, or anything that you have access to now?
I think the only thing that I would add is probably the most accurate data that we have would be the data that we have to submit to the state, because they're providing funding for a couple of my programs because it's much more in-depth. And so that data is definitely available to anyone actually, but we can get that to you. So that would be the most accurate data versus like an individual department where perhaps they're funding it, we're collecting a little bit. It's just not as consistent.
Mhm. Do you track people that choose not to participate? Like if you're offering resources and they say no,
For the
thank you?
state, we do.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
we do.
Yeah.
Like if they decline services, you mean, or if they're like refusal, yeah. we do.
And Kira, I got a question about the grant, and maybe somebody else can answer this, but just because we applied for the grant for the trauma for law enforcement services, we can still apply for the co-responder piece of that grant as well, right? Or do we, is it separate?
Depends on the grant.
And I don't know if you can answer that.
I didn't see it on their website, but I did send an email earlier when it came up to the contact person with the state. I just haven't heard back yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just curious on that piece too.
Yeah.
Because it seems like they're two separate entities, one for law enforcement, mental health, and the other co-responder for community mental health.
But your application has already been submitted?
Correct. And that's for law enforcement specific.
Time to find out what it is.
And Sheriff, you're bringing up training, which I think is another piece of that multifaceted approach that really supports community wellness as it relates to behavioral health. And I know that you know this, but we are happy to offer mental health first aid trainings anytime that it works for your team. We're happy to pull those together and tailor them to your teams, and also CIT training and pulling together the right resources for that as well. I know it's a big time commitment and it's hard to take deputies and officers off the street, but please know that we're your partner in training as well. However, that can be useful.
Thank you.
I have a question about, Kara, one of the things that we're all trying to wrap our heads around, we'd love to have 24/7 capacity, right? And we've seen, like the Denver Star program, I think it took them about 6 years to get there. Have you, in any of your other partnerships, experimented with if they're able to stand up a local team that's not available 24 hours, your team filling that gap? Have you experimented with it at all? Is that something you're willing to experiment with?
So just to clarify, are we willing to experiment with different hours to meet the
Yeah,
need?
like
Or?
if we can stand up a local team that covers a portion of the day, but there's a period of time where the local team can't, or maybe hasn't hired the people it needs to yet, or anything like that. Do you have the kind of flexibility to help fill in gaps like that?
After hours sort of support?
Yeah.
I really think that the best model that we've seen to do that, and this is across all of our programs right now, is really utilizing the 24/7 crisis services team. They are there and ready to respond, sometimes just as quickly as someone that might be in the local community could respond. I think the challenge is with after hours work, particularly with folks that are licensed behavioral health providers. And if we're looking for someone that lives in the community and is willing to work graveyard shifts, there's just not a lot. There's just not a lot of resources. If we could find them, we would certainly be willing to explore all types of different models. But our crisis team overnight can respond usually within an hour. There's not a ton of calls that happen overnight. We can get in the car and be there within an hour. And support you on the phone on the way. So I think that's really the best model for overnight coverage. But we're certainly willing to discuss any other options. It's just hard with people willing to do that type of work.
I know too with research with co-responder 24/7, what research has found is that particularly like a certain period of time in the night, like from 11 p.m. to like 3 a.m., 4 a.m., they tend to see less behavioral health crisis calls and more of those crime calls, DV calls, substance use calls, more of those calls where co-responders would not be as effective. And so oftentimes law enforcement agencies will say, like, we don't need the 24/7 coverage because we know at certain periods of time in the night, the call volume is either really low or it's not the right kind of call based on data that they've collected throughout the year. Then a co-responder, either it's not a safe scene or it's something that they would not be able to manage within their expertise. So I know there's a lot of, but again, I think it's important to be looking at what data you already have to demonstrate where is the need and to what number of calls might actually be occurring in the middle of the night versus during the day.
We realize that 24/7 in a large community is tough to pull off. And the smaller the community is, I know that JCMH and the other community health providers, mental health providers, do the best they can. We have a system now that takes a couple of little counties here and cobbles them onto this bigger county or two, and a couple of counties over here and cobbles them onto those. And the reason we couldn't afford it ourselves is because the fixed overhead cost of running the system with the low volume of calls and the availability of help is also just, it's at such a disadvantage that you can't possibly even put a system together. So we're put together. The problem that, and it's no fault of their own, the problems that places like JCMH have is that we are still remote to them. And so their cost of serving a call at that distance, keeping up another office over there that has very low volume is the same problem we've got as if we were doing it ourselves, and it makes it so difficult for them to do. So I think looking at the data, it feels like listening to this, if you looked at a scatter chart across the calendar and around the clock and said, where are the calls coming in through the co-responder is the most useful, and then find out what services there are that are available to us immediately that can fill those time periods. And then if there's a gap where there's a critical period, then that's, and we're looking for a co-responder program, then our new co-responder program, if we were to get this grant, seemed like the first thing we would do is try to cover that gap, unless somebody's got a better business model to work.
So I have a question. You mentioned, and I thought that was really significant, the window of time, I think you said between 11 PM and 3 or 4 in the morning, where the majority of calls might be more involved with intoxication, substance abuse or whatever. And in those situations where the client is intoxicated, it would not be appropriate for a member of your team to be involved because, again, you can't really assess somebody legally when they're intoxicated. There can't really be the types of services and performed in the way that you're mandated to because there's intoxication.
Yes and no. And so I think, when you put substances on board and you're trying to assess, you definitely have to take that into consideration based on whether or not you're going to put somebody on a hold. And so that's where the conversation starts to happen of, well, do we take them to detox first? If there's not an imminent safety risk, are we taking them to detox, let them withdraw, get sober, and then they determine kind of where they need to go in terms of crisis services. And oftentimes what research tells us is that the officer is able to do that in most cases. Where co-responder comes in handy in those cases is just around the de-escalation piece. The co-responder may have a little bit more knowledge around how to speak to somebody who might be under the influence, having some more patience around trying to assess, okay, is this potentially substance use versus mental health? And so that's where that support comes in for the officer, which is nice. But the question is, again, is that how you want to best utilize your co-responder? And is there the volume there? And is that a good resource for that particular kind of call? And again, this is just sort of like a generalization of, if you're running a DUI call and you kind of know how you want the situation to end around either going to detox or preferably to detox, I'm guessing, usually a co-responder, there's not much that they're going to do there. There could be, but in most cases there isn't. But again, I would leave that up to the experts around how a clinician might be able to provide support, or if you see a lot of challenges around that, I think it just kind of depends.
I recognize that you can't assess while a person has drugs on board. And that's important from a standpoint of trying to determine what the person's real needs are so that you can address them in the future in a long range capacity as a mental health provider. To me, that's different than crisis response, which is while they have those drugs on board. That's why I made the analogy about the person driving 120 miles an hour earlier. It's like, why were they driving 120 miles an hour? What's going on in their life or their mind or their head that they need to do that? And so there's the other piece that a lot of times when people are intoxicated, they almost are by definition having a mental health problem, self-induced or self-medicated to account for some other mental health problem they have or whatever. So having the people that can, at least, even if you can't assess that person, best know how to respond to somebody in that situation, be trained for that purpose, seems like it could be helpful. I'm thinking about our recent case because nobody likes that outcome that we had. And how do we deal with those things that happen during those times of night where somebody may have something on board, not enough to get him in too deep, but the whole thing goes bad because we just didn't have, the right, the right expertise of some kind on that scene at that moment, the right person. And I may not even, that's just my own sense of having seen this, that it's an outcome that nobody involved really wanted at the end of the day, but it's something that we have now. And how can we deal with those kind of issues in the future in a way that's helpful?
Well, and keeping in mind too, you have the mobile response team, you have the crisis team that can be available in those instances where officers are needing support if they suspect there's some type of behavioral health issue, whether it's substance or mental health. And Kiara can speak to this more in detail, but definitely we have those resources after hours that can be available to provide that support. Kiara, would you add anything else to that in terms of those late night substance use type calls that perhaps become escalated?
Yeah, I would just say, again, going back to the multifaceted approach, the more training that we get for the people on the ground, the better. That phone consultation 24/7, don't underestimate the power of that. It can be really, really helpful to have a trained professional just talk you through a really tough situation. So know that is a resource for you 24/7. And then absolutely, optimally, there's a trained behavioral health professional that's able to respond on the scene. But we know that will almost certainly never be the case in all situations. And so we have to use all of these tools in our toolbox to be able to support those as they arise.
I never asked another question. I have to excuse myself for about 10 minutes, but I'll be right back.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, from the human services point of view, are you supportive of co-responder? Do you see the pros and cons? Is there something that we're not thinking about?
Definitely. Laura and I have talked a lot about it. I think it's a great idea. Actually, one of our caseworkers is trained in CIT and she's really close with a lot of the sheriff's office deputies and has, told them, if you're in something, call me. She definitely lives to work and loves this work. And I think this might be a job we might lose her to, but I hope not. But, she does really well in crisis. And so I think it's definitely something that is needed and something that I think if, any way that we can support it, we definitely would want to do that.
I'm asking partly too, because I imagine at the county level, the co-responders would be referring to the human services staff for the ongoing resources. And so it just seems like it would be another support in a way and not another stretch, on your capability.
It's another way that we can get in there ahead of time before something really bad happens or a family gets in a really horrible situation. Can we get in there before that and give some preventive services? And, do they need some food stamps? Do they need, different things that our benefits department could help them with?
Okay, thanks.
And I remember from our meeting that we had with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department, and I think you both were there, I think. Anyway, the thing that I remember was.
That was last July, right?
Yeah, it was a while back.
Yeah.
The thing that I remember was that the clinicians on the co-responder team sort of did follow-up navigation work during their off time. Obviously, there's a lot of time that they're not on a call. And I'm really curious about the possibility that, because we also have a recommendation to do better on navigation. And I'm really curious if this program can sort of help fill in that need as well, especially given, departments of human services are innovating in response to family. And you have prevention services staff person, like we call it in Gilbert. I assume you have something, you just sort of referenced to that.
Yeah, just our case workers do that work. But I think the more eyes we have out there that can see families and offer that support and be able to help with some follow-up is definitely a huge plus.
You are correct in terms of co-responders. So when they are not out running calls, because they're not doing it 8 hours a day, there is a lot of case management, navigation type work that they do up with. Now, like with some agencies, like, so for instance, with Lakewood PD, I have 3 co-responders now, and then we just got funding for a case manager because there is so much of that case management follow-up referrals that it definitely justified for that position. But that actually is a huge part of the co-responder role. Is so if somebody, let's say, is not on call and an officer runs a scene at 11 p.m. at night and it's like, oh, this is a great behavioral health call, I handled it fine, but they need follow-up, there would be a process in place where the officer could put a referral in for the next day for the co-responder to check it and then follow up with that individual to say, hey, I understand you had law enforcement contact. Looks like, perhaps you might need some assistance. What can we do? So that is a huge part of the role. And an essential piece, because that's I think somebody mentioned it stops the cycle, hopefully, of the revolving door, if you will, of people coming in and out.
I've kind of a high level question. I think maybe Andrew's for you or Kira. You work with a lot of different agencies and probably have slightly different models. What are some of the properties that lead to success or some of the commonalities of the programs that you find are the most effective across your?
Yeah. For Jefferson County, we have the same model where we are embedded with law enforcement. So we partner with law enforcement. They are our referral source. We will work collaboratively with, let's say, West Metro Fire, our fire department. They might say we need a behavioral health call, and if they're running the call in Lakewood, we have a referral process that fire department could say, hey, can you check on this person, or we're running on a mutual call. So that is our model. As Sarah has probably discovered, there are lots of different models. So the common one is law enforcement with clinician. However, what we're finding is that nationwide, they are actually removing the clinician from law enforcement and partnering them with a paramedic or a nurse, more on the medical side. But they are partnering with law enforcement in that if there is a call with dispatch, that partnership, that dispatch is then able to call the co-responder and the EMS person to then go out and respond. And if law enforcement needs to respond, they can, but they don't always have to. So that's the second model. Then you have other models where you have some police departments where they actually have the co-responders embedded within their own police department, and they do not partner with any third entity, whether it's a mental health center, hospital, whatever. I think there's pros and cons to that. I think it depends on the size and the number of co-responders you have. I think it's really important that you have a behavioral health supervisor that is able to support the co-responders if you're going to have them embedded in law enforcement. That's just my own personal opinion. But those tend to be the most common models. We saw, Kiara and I were talking earlier, we saw in the news where like the city of Aurora is partnering with the hospital. So, there's lots of different ways that people are trying to be creative to get their crisis intervention services going. And I think it goes back to what somebody said, it's really about meeting the needs of the community and what works best for the community and the agency. And funding and all of that to really decide what is the best model, because there's lots. I think someone mentioned Summit County. They are a huge county in terms of they have several co-responders. They're embedded within the sheriff's office. They have a supervisor, so they're able to function that way. Like it just kind of depends.
There's one thing that popped up to me a little while ago before we got into the discussion. You asked the question about, we talked about different things, what's the most important, and what struck me, and you mentioned the CIT training as being incredibly important. I mean, it's almost like a line of defense that comes before the co-responder, because having a co-responder there when you need them may or may not happen. And so knowing that the responder that is going to be there is the best they can be for the job is most important. And I just wrote down, to me, what we're coming out of this is the lines of the most highest priorities. And the first one I wrote down was community mental health in general. Having mental health and behavioral health and physical health available so that crisis is averted through preventive medicine to begin with. That's not really what we came here to discuss today, but I mean, that's the bottom line, is have the healthiest community that you can have and the most compassionate community you can have to begin with. Then the second thing is for law enforcement CIT training. And then before I went to co-responder, I wrote down just law enforcement CIT training buy-in. And it doesn't mean, I'm not saying anything bad about law enforcement, but everybody has their areas they're trained in and law enforcement has such a tough job dealing with people that can cause you to say you have to make hard decisions sometimes, and you're focused so hard in that area. The thing about having co-responders embedded that's nice is that you almost have it's like the person that you go somewhere to get training for CIT training as a law enforcement officer. Well, it's almost like you hired somebody that's a CIT trainer to work for you to help you with those and to continue maintaining that culture of behavioral and mental health awareness within the organization to keep it strong. Because I mean, it needs to come from the top down, that these guys believe in it and they want this program to be real. But having it embedded within the culture of the law enforcement, a particular law enforcement organization, feels like something that's really important too, to have that person there as a valued team member to always reinforce that idea. I'm not trying to say that in any way disrespectful to law enforcement at all. I'm just thinking about all the different kinds of people I used to have to hire to do my stuff, and I didn't know how to do anything any of them did. So
I think you're seeing a change in mindset with law enforcement as well, too. But also state legislators have mandated some use of force situations in which de-escalation has to be used or attempted at least prior to using some type of force. Which also relates back to Senate Bill 217, that deputies or officers can lose their post certification by not following some of the legislative mandates. So you're seeing a shift in culture, I think, in that de-escalation is part of it. It's a tool in the toolbox, just like your radio, your firearm, that you can use, not necessarily for mental health, but for everything, for neighborhood disputes.
So you don't increase the risk to yourself in your own job.
Exactly.
Escalation. Yeah,
exactly.
I have 4 CIT officers trained right now that are on the street. Sending another 2 at the end of this month and another 2 at the middle of January. Problem is my senior guy on the road has 5 years. And you got to keep up on firearms training, self-defense. I mean, there's a lot of training that we do that we can't. It's hard to send somebody for a week of training because we got limited personnel right now. I mean, we're still down 2. We still have 3 in FTO. Well, 1 just got out, so we have 2 in FTO. So we're down like 5 people, and it's hard to cover training to send these people. But we're going to do it for the end of this month and 2 in January.
Well,
like
and
I said, we can train them, and it's great training. I support it 110%, but then they move on. And then with that vicious cycle of sending them all the time to training, it's hard on a department.
And I can imagine that. And so what I was really trying to speak to was that if you had somebody who, for example, was embedded as a co-responder in your unit that had all the qualifications that they could have been working over at JCMH, providing CIT training to you, you've got a built-in trainer who carries both the ethic, maintains that ethic every day in your organization, as well as a viable resource to perhaps even reduce your training costs to be able to stay up.
But I respectfully disagree on some of that.
Okay.
In the sense that you have to go to that 40-hour class to get the expert training that you need. Clinician piece and everything, I think, is important, as continued education. But the initial education needs to come with that 40-hour class. And as Sheriff Albers has said, staffing is an issue, and that's 40 hours in which you have to cover that person's shift. So it's an overtime issue, possibly burning out issue of deputies as a result of working too much. But it's critical that they go to that CIT class. I've been involved in CIT since I came to Colorado in 2000.
Wow.
And when it was a program that started in Memphis, Tennessee, because of a situation, a shooting death of a mental health individual there. Then it moved into Portland, and that's the model that we took in Colorado, or in Jefferson County, was the Portland model. So I've been involved in this thing for a long time, and I've seen CIT work. And I've seen CIT be very positive in the workforce. In a lot of, you're right, some deputies are better at CIT, and some might be better at drug recognition. But you still need that CIT piece.
Well, again, I just, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I just noticed Kira had her hand up for
Okay,
a while. And I
okay.
just wanted an opportunity to speak into the conversation.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I really appreciate the conversation and the way that you framed that, the need for sort of community mental health and ongoing training and co-responder. I think those are all really important. As there will never be enough behavioral health providers to directly meet the need of each person. And so we've taken the approach for a very long time that anyone in the community is the right person to be able to spot a mental health condition, know the signs and warning signs, and know how to intervene safely and get resources for the person. So that training is a huge, huge part of what we support and advocate and are trying to roll out. And then that cultural piece is absolutely right. With that level setting of a CIT training, and then an ongoing interaction with somebody that speaks the language of de-escalation, that speaks the language of mental health, can really change the culture over time and integrate those tools that were learned during the 40-hour CIT training. The other thing that I just wanted to mention about the various models, paramedics is, I think, a model paired with paramedics is a model that we'll continue to see a lot more of, in particular in Colorado, because of legislation that passed that now allows paramedics to transport directly to crisis walk-in centers. Previously, if they responded to a mental health situation, they had to either transport directly to the hospital or leave the scene. They couldn't transport to a crisis walk-in center or a detox center. That's opened up, which is a huge benefit both to law enforcement, who, we don't want you all to take folks off the road to try to transport someone who needs to be in our detox program, for example. Now paramedics can support that. So it just has opened up a lot more in terms of being able to transport. So we welcome the opportunity to partner there as well. And then finally, I think the different models, I agree with Andrea that there's a right model that fits the community's needs. One of the things that's really been valuable is, when we're able to supervise the co-responders through Jefferson Center, they're able to really seamlessly link a person to the continuum of care that we offer, and it makes it really easy to access ongoing supports and resources. We certainly, support referrals to all community partners, resources, providers that are the right fit for the people that we interact with. But it's a really nice, seamless integration to other programs and services. For example, a co-responder sees someone in the community who's intoxicated and feeling suicidal. They're able to work to get that person into our detox program. They can then go into our residential recovery program. they emerge from that and do ongoing substance use treatment, we're able to connect them with benefits navigation and resource, partner with human services around other food assistance and benefits. So there's a real value in the sort of seamless integration with the continuum of care that doesn't always happen if it's a standalone program. Regardless of the way that you decide to go, we will support as much coordination as we can in accessing that ongoing continuum, but there is that just added ease for the person and for the team.
One thing that I would just clarify in terms of a model with the paramedic and or nurse, it doesn't always have to be tied to a fire department. So there are models out there where, like say the mental health center will hire the paramedic and the co-responder. They run the calls and then we are in collaboration with law enforcement and then we work that way. And then they have like their own vehicle that can transport, which helps with kind of getting around the, well, it's changed now, but getting around where a paramedic's tied to a fire department can only go to certain locations. So that is certainly another avenue in terms of looking at how to pair it up. And I think the reason why that is successful is because we know unintentionally law enforcement, just because of the uniform, sirens, weapon, what have you, tends to just escalate. And so if we're able to keep law enforcement doing their job, managing crime and doing that piece, and then you have the paramedic and the co-responder out managing behavioral health, and then law enforcement responds if necessary, you tend to manage the scene in a much safer way sometimes.
Well, we're coming to the end of our time together here. We have a few more minutes. Not everyone has weighed in, maybe not everyone wants to weigh in, but this is your chance if you have something to add to the conversation.
I have a question, and I think it's important for us to leave. Because there was a question that your application in 12 days, and you wanted to know if Gilpin County has an interest in joining. It sounds like that answer is no. I just wanted to say that to kind of bring it all home, that Gilpin isn't interested in joining on the application in 12 days, and we're moving forward with the CIT.
I would rephrase that
Okay.
and not say that we're not interested, but I think our capacity to do something in 11 days probably isn't going to allow us to partner on it.
Okay.
And that's why if a letter of support would support your application for the future, like you explained, this could be a step toward a collaboration. I think we would support that.
And then I would leave it where Sandy just put it.
I think that, and that's not, you don't have to worry about having disappointed us a lot because we weren't sure which was the right thing and whether, but we wanted to come into this conversation with as open a mind as possible to discuss, not to make up our own minds until we heard everything we could hear from you two and, process what we were thinking because she wasn't
taking the time to do it the other day. And I really thank you for inviting us over here. I'm sure our chair and Linda will have more to say, but it's been a long time since my contacts with Clear Creek County. Nice to renew them. Nice to meet you, Sheriff.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you, commissioners. I appreciate the tough work you have over here. I will be as helpful.
Thank you. Yeah, like you said, we should do this more often, like, especially now that we can meet in.
And I guess from my perspective, I don't want to miss any opportunity to work together because I think this is an urgent issue. And so I don't want to see it just get, Gilpin County, I don't want to see us just kind of fall into a bunch of red tape and not be able to provide a really good, program through our sheriff's office and with our clinicians. Because it seems to me like it's not something that has to be huge that has a ton of personnel, but if we can get a few key people that are trained and dedicated to it, I think that's very important right now. The sheriff, we were talking about it earlier with Sheriff Armstrong, and our mental health holds are 30 or less a year, so it's not that many. But then there's also, when you run into somebody, in traffic that's having a bad day. Those are the ones that you have to have a moment to really gather your wits and have some framework, available for that response. But yes, thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't think it's our intent to just look the other way and not look back. And, you just mentioned, we don't want Gilpin to fall into the chasm on this or get lost in the middle of it or not get anything done either. And I don't think that's our intent at all. I think, our intent is to, I think at this point, get something rolling and get a grant application in, speaking for myself, and then continue this conversation, because we'll need to make it better as time goes on, because we're embarking on some stuff that's newer for many of us. I know some of you have been, as you've expressed, Sheriff Armstrong, you've been in this for a long time. We have experts in the field here, but yeah, we want to get into the big leagues and do this right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we do have the right.
Like to say, thank you, Kiara, up there on the wall. And Kara, thank you for coming.
And we know this isn't the end all and be all as far as grants. It's just one of many, and there will be more opportunities.
Yeah, I was just,
Yeah.
just in my head, we have the funding that counties secured in House Bill 1281. Funding dedicated to counties. It prioritizes regional applications. The deadline's at the end of December. I don't know if that's additional funding for us to continue to piece together co-response or work on the larger behavioral health problem. And then, of course, Linda, you know this because you're on the GROC, that we'll see money associated with opioid settlement funding that we can have available to us. And by the way, on the GROC, I really appreciate having Gilpin County there and advocating, just like Clear Creek, to say, hey, there's not many of us, but we exist and we matter.
That's right. That's right. And we keep shining our light, don't we?
Sure do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I appreciate that we all have good relationships and we already collaborate on a lot of issues, and I'll reach out to you about different things. And so like it's been said, like, if you want to move fast, you should go alone. If you want to move far, you should go together. And I think we might be at this situation of moving fast right now, but we're committed to this in the long haul, and we certainly want to partner with you guys and be a resource to you. So I think this might be one of those situations where we're going to be ahead of you for a while, but we want to share everything that we learn with our neighbors.
Thank you, Sean.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Yeah, we want to go fast, but we also want to go a long ways.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Well, thanks so much. We're
Yeah,
getting
thank you,
into
everyone.
recess.
Yeah, I could stand up for a minute.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
I appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll get lunch.
Thank you for the paper. Yeah, of course. I didn't think I would.
No, that took a few good. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know.
We don't lack.
I don't
I like how the camera's
Loud.
behind.
I need a massage.
What is happening?
So I'm just pulling up the memo here. All right, so apologize for the late start. It's now 3:15. We're back from our 1 o'clock working lunch. The 3 p.m. action session is consideration of scope and timeline of a co-responder crisis intervention task force. This agenda item was put on the agenda as a result of a conversation we had 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, we directed staff to form a task force and to identify candidate stakeholders to be on the task force and to make as much progress as they could to come back and do a checkpoint with us today. And so that's the purpose of our meeting today. I think also today, looking at you, Peter, I believe our action session is involved with actually formally creating the task force. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And in Brian's memo, he also talked about the necessity to address grant funding. So we will be asking for a motion from the board relating to grant funding, an application for that.
Okay, perfect. So then I will turn it over to you, Brian.
Thank you. So as the chair said at the October 4th meeting, the board directed staff to develop a recommended stakeholders, potential partners to work with the county on how best to improve crisis response in Clear Creek. Sheriff Albers was here today, along with our Director of Human Services, Sarah Casano, who's here, and our Emergency Medical Services Director, Brian Monsu, met to discuss a list of county partners and stakeholders. The list they developed includes all the municipalities in the county, including their police departments, Colorado State Patrol, Jefferson Center for Mental Health, and each of the departments represented by the staff team as well. Other partners identified by the team, and those the board may want to consider over maybe the longer term, are the Clear Fire Authority, the school district, the county's coroner, potentially even Gilbert County, community members with lived experiences, et cetera. So there certainly would be an opportunity in the future to expand. I think the task force that ultimately gets formed. It's obviously important this task force has some clear goals as it's convened and begins its work. We tried to put some longer term and shorter term questions in the memo for you to consider. As we were drafting this and talking, are we looking for existing resources or program partners that can be established and put in place immediately? So again, that the agenda memo does outline several short-term and long-term questions for you. What we do know is that we have some looming deadlines for grant applications. And actually, when I was drafting this, I thought we had a little bit more time than we actually had when I was drafting this, as I thought we had some time into November. But there's actually a grant available right now through DOLA that we could be applying for that's due in 12 days. That would help us fund and staffing of a co-responder program. And I still think maybe in the interest of time, in order to get that grant application completed, we direct the staff team to be the first part of the task force that goes out, drafts what a co-responder program can look like, what that grant process can look like for us, get that submitted. So we've got that done, and then keep working on forming a task force, et cetera. So that speaks back to the grant funding motion that Peter just mentioned that we're hoping we can get from you today with respect to giving the chair authority to sign a grant that we would submit to DOLA that would fund the creation and standing up of a co-responder program. So I think I'll stop there and turn it back to you guys for thoughts and questions.
Well, I'll start. I think that this list of participants is a great start. I completely agree with the logic that with 12 days to figure out how to get a grant, which is our best opportunity to have resources on the ground in 2023. Adding people to this task force right now isn't the top priority. The top priority is the people that are already having the conversation. Throw out what they think is best that they can come up with in the next 12 days. I am interested particularly in basically the way I'd like to see the task force membership evolve in the long run is If someone identifies themselves as a stakeholder, then they probably are. I think I would advocate strongly for us to have community members with some lived experience, have some role on that task force. But that's all, I feel like a conversation. I just wanted to make those comments. Because I think the conversation should largely be focused on what's happening over the next 12 days. But I just feel like task force representation was the first thing on the memo, so I wanted to address that first.
Yeah, I think I agree with everything that George just said. And I'm fine. I've read through the motion that Peter prepared for us to be able to do this, and I'm happy to make that motion or second or whatever in a bit. I do think it's important that for me, at least I'll state my priority here is that we are seeking a grant in order to get boots on the ground, meaning a co-responder program in existence as soon as possible. It can be improved over time. I know that in our memo, we referred to as a pilot program. I prefer to think of it as a co-responder program that we're actually getting the thing going and we're going to make it happen. But I understand the need to think of it as a pilot program because it's something new that we're doing, and we're absolutely going to try to go as far as we can with this and improve it as much as we can over time through the use of this task force, particularly over this first year as we see how the different pieces operate and find the model that's best for us. And I completely support what George mentioned about as we expand this to have some people with lived experience, either themselves or as family members who have people that have gone through this and understand what works for them too, and what could have worked for them. And so with time, that can only make it better as long as we keep our ears and our minds open. So, but I don't want to make that motion till Sean has an opportunity or anybody else to say something.
Yeah, I'm on board with everything that's been said. I kind of look at it as maybe 3 phases. And I think there's no argument that the first phase is from now till the end of the month to put together a high quality grant application and give ourselves a shot to get the availability of some funding to start heading in the right direction or continue in the right direction. The second phase to me is maybe from November for a period of time to look very carefully at all of the resources that we already have available, places like JCMH, to make sure that we're making optimal use of them, the right training, the right resources. Earlier today in another meeting, Kiara, who's the CEO of JCMH, offered to provide some staffing that her organization would fund for 12 months, which is a very kind and generous offer. And to me, that's maybe kind of priority number 2 is to figure out what we're going to do immediately after the end of this month. And then priority number 3 is whether we get this grant from DOLA, which I'm optimistic we will. What is our sustainable plan? And that could involve partnering with neighboring counties such as Gilpin. It could involve mirroring a program such as an EMS-based program. Who knows, right? I mean, that's, I think, one of the primary charters of the task force is to go out there. I think we've already collectively agreed that we're not in a situation where we're going to need to reinvent the wheel or create something from whole cloth. There are a spectrum of programs that are out there. The article that the Colorado Sun published, I think in September, mentioned that something like half the counties, or maybe a little bit less than half the counties in the state, already have a program that exists. And some of those counties are rural counties. So I think that there's a lot of models out there that we can evaluate. But that's the longer term. That may, I think we've had some anecdotal conversations to indicate that those programs don't happen overnight. Those programs could take a good bit of time to fully implement, and we don't have that level of time to improve what we're currently offering. So those are my thoughts.
Those are good. Sheriff Albers, do you have anything to add? Or
No, I like the path you're going. I think I want to clarify, you want to go ahead and get this task force organized and do this, or do you want Sarah, Brian, and I to do it?
I think it would be wise for us, the three of you have been talking about it. You've clearly made some progress. I think it would be wise for you to expand the task force after the grant.
After the grant. 'Cause I know Chief Busick just, and I think he's on,
Do you want me to cross them over?
on there. I think Chief, yeah, please do. Chief Busick is 110% behind this grant too. And I think grants are always better if you get the other agencies involved in that county
Right.
to sign off. And I don't want to speak for Chief Busick, but in our last meeting that we had, he was very supportive of it. In fact, I don't even think he wanted to wait until the day to get it done.
Yeah.
Chief, could you go ahead and say something about the grant?
Sure. Thanks for allowing me to speak, commissioners. Since I got here, the sheriff and I have worked cooperatively with JCMH, and we do have a program that's been up and running, but not to the level of co-responder program. So on behalf of the city, we would love to partner and be a partner in a program like this. I think our community is obviously one of the busier communities in the county. In fact, we had an M1 this morning that we were involved with, and deputies were there here in our town. So, which is a mental health hold. So this is definitely something impacting our community. We are very supportive, and I respect that we need to move forward and get things moving, but I also would offer that, I will set aside time to participate in any way that the county would like or would or maybe not like. I mean, I do have a little bit of experience, not with a co-responder program, but with another program, a diversion program in my prior agency. That was called the Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion Program. A little bit different, but it did involve us hiring and having a person that did do diversion for low-level offenses. So, I'm a CIT trained officer as well, and I understand the importance of this issue. And I know that the city, the mayor, and the council would step on board right away to help. If we need to draft a letter of support and application for the grant, we can get that done. That's not a problem. So I just want to offer my services and I want to be aggressive and not let this opportunity slip through our fingers and wait. So that's all I have to say. I'm available for questions though.
Well, thank you so much. So then I wanted to mention, I totally agree with George's sentiment about making rapid progress with that. My personal sentiment is, if you want to invite a few select people, such as the chiefs of the surrounding 8 parties, to join your task force 5 minutes from now, I think I would leave that to your guys' discretion.
That's what I was going to ask, if Chief Busick could be on the task force to assist us in.
And what I thought go ahead, George, I'm sorry.
My intention is not to dictate who you work with over the next 12 days. I don't get to anyway. You're or to our staff. It's really just to try to make sure that this board is not in the way of you guys being able to get done what you need to get done over the next 12 days.
Right. And from our conversations we've had today, my understanding of what we were talking about with this task force is right now, those of you who have been working on it already and talking, and I include Chief Busick among those because you told us you had been talking to him, and the other law enforcement entities within the community, for example, Georgetown, Empire, whomever you choose that you can at least bring into the conversation, just turn it, bring the best people in that builds the best application and do what you need to do to get the application in on time and give us the best chance and have those parties engage. If they've signed on, then they'll at least need a phone call and be to that extent part of the task force. So
thank you.
And I'm just reading through this memo, some of these other questions that are sort of out there. Obviously in the memo, we were thinking bring a recommendation for the board to consider. We're not doing that anymore, right? Because we're just going to get a grant application in. I think I will be ready to support whatever our staff and the sheriff agrees on. Especially, the risk that you run when you do that is that we perceive that what you all come up with over the next 12 days is like the final version of the program. And I think we just heard over the last couple of hours that there's a lot of different variations in programs and a lot of nuance in terms of what's the best fit for your community. So I would also ask that we all kind of have the understanding that it's a beta version of what we're coming up with, sort of our best shot at what can work for us, and having our eyes open for, as we learn lessons, bringing back a conversation about what the long-term program looks like.
I think, so the grant application is written in a manner probably that, I mean, I've written a couple before too, where you don't know exactly what the end line looks like, is written in such a way that we have the flexibility to, I mean, then you'd be working with the grant money to actually create that program and have the flexibility to build the best program with that money will allow, that you can use that money for at that time, once you figure it out. And we'll be back to the table talking about it later as it evolves in, I'm sure. Just get the grant application in on time and let's build a program.
And that should be the expectation of every program we build, right? We
Yeah.
build it start.
Gotta start somewhere.
1.0,
Right.
get it moving. We recognize what kind of improvements we need. If we need more funding, we'll come back, those kinds of things. So we'll definitely be coming back to brief you through the course of all this, so.
Okay, and I think that the wording that Peter sent across still works based on everything we just talked about. I don't think there needs to be another revision. I saw the one you sent.
I don't
Yeah, that's it. I'm sorry, I just wanted to mention one thing in relation to what Chief Busick had said, that realistically, Idaho Springs can do its own grant application. Obviously, we would do it, we'd be cooperating, but they themselves could then possibly get funding. We could get funding. There's nothing to suggest that funding couldn't be a cooperative program ultimately. I'm just saying, I'm thinking of the best opportunities to get the most funding to bring in to support this. And what I would want and hope the staff addresses is which way makes the best sense. And DOLA may be able to assist with that.
Exactly. I was
Just something to mention.
Yeah, and I think that's important. I think what's also important is at the end of the day, I've seen enough responses around here to know that because we have limited size of departments, every one of these departments is limited compared to the job they have to do. And so I know so often it's Idaho Springs responding in the county or Empire responding in Georgetown. It's whoever can get there first and take care of it. So I think it's really important that all the law enforcement agencies in the county are together as a team involved in this thing at the end of the day, and they're invited to do that. So if that's the best grant application, great. If it's separate grant applications, we'd just like to try to not leave anybody out.
Yeah, I see, Kara, thank you for rejoining us. Kara is the CEO of JCMH. I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you for having us back for this portion. I just wanted to offer our support as part of the grant application as well. I'm not sure which direction you'll ultimately choose in terms of this initial pilot model, but we're happy to help with, at a minimum letter of support, but also we've been a part of several of these grants before and happy to contribute even with writing or contributing language at wherever that's useful. So I just wanted to put that on the table. In addition to, if you choose to have a Jefferson Center co-responder, we're happy to get a job description posted as soon as you say go, if that's the direction that you want to take. It can take a little bit of time to find the right person for these types of roles. So if that's the model that you're hoping to kick off, we're happy to get that posting started right away. And again, fund that position until we find the ongoing sustainable funding.
I think that's almost a separate action. I mean, a separate action item apart from the grant application in itself. That's another action
I
that
think
you
it
can
would
take.
be, although I don't, the longer we wait to talk about that and vote and give staff direction, the longer it's going to take to stand that up.
It's
if
your
we
phase
decide
two.
to. Yeah.
Wrote down your 3 phases.
Yeah,
That would be your phase 2.
Yeah,
Right?
right.
What are we doing in the interim?
Mhm.
Yeah, in the interim, we should be standing up what we can, with or without the grant.
Yeah, great.
Kara, I'm sorry. We're used to the other one. You're gonna go ahead, from what I've heard, you're gonna go ahead and do a co-responder position next year. Is that true or false?
Only with your partnership and support. So we would, we are happy to post a position and fund that position for a co-responder program. And we can do that right away in partnership with you.
Right, but that's not anything referenced to the grant. That's you're willing to do that first year of pay or first year of putting that co-responder up here. And then if that's the way we go, that's the way we go. Or if that's not the way we go, that's not the way we go. Is that true?
If I'm following correctly, I think so, Sheriff. Yeah. I wonder if you are you considering the option of having two co-responders, one sort of funded through us for a year and then one added as part of the grant? Is that the situation that you're considering?
Well, I don't know what I'm considering. I just, the sooner the better we can get a co-responder program going and then figure out what we're going to do. I mean, that to me, that would be a good step to take to get them on board. I would approve that, to get them on board and then, at the same time, get this grant, look at it and see if this is what we want with Justin Center, or if it's with Ute. Is that what it is? The paramedic one?
Because of Denver, there's a few of them.
Yeah. What would be best for Clear Creek County? Because there is no standard co-responder program. And I mean, there's ones that have to fit Clear Creek, and that's what this task force is going to do. But I don't know if that would, I don't want to say buy us time, but it would be a good faith effort into putting our best foot forward.
Yeah, it's kind of what I mentioned, and Brian echoed back that maybe phase 1, 2, and 3. 1's the grant, 2 is this interim, which sounds like it could be the funded position that CARE's offering. And 3 could be a continuity of that, or it could be something else, right? We don't know yet. We don't know. We haven't gotten the grant. We haven't done, the task force hasn't done their research. We don't know.
I mean, I kind of want to lean towards, and what I thought I heard, Kiara, was that you're going to want to hear from us that we want you to do that before you post the position. I think that makes sense. I'm leaning towards saying, yeah, we want you to do that. Maybe we could do that to have that today, depending on how you feel about what happens if you hire this position, we get funding 2 months from now, we say, actually, now that we got the funding and we have the position, what we'd like to do is recruit the person that you hired. And I know, like, I'm getting pretty far out in front of everyone here, and I'm making everyone really uncomfortable. And that's because I know how fast we need to move. And I hear you saying you could post a job, and I think I know it'll take you a month to recruit it anyway. And so what I kind of want to say, just me and all of my colleagues are rolling their eyes right now, is post that position and let's figure it out moving forward.
No, I was thinking the same thing, just in terms of the speed, because it seems like there's what's the downside? I don't know. What do you think, Brian and Randy? Go ahead, Randy.
I was going to say that the very last few words that George said right at the end, I was completely comfortable with, and they required no eye roll or anything else. And they were that, let's say, yes, post that position, we'll figure the rest out later. I mean, part of what I think we realize is that when you post this position, we were talking earlier, Kiara, about the hours that people are available and when you can have them available to us, as opposed to when life really happens and what we perceive our needs to be. And that position that you post may be somebody that helps us part of the time, but they may not be able to help us during some critical times with rapid enough response, depending on who it is and exactly where they deploy from, as an example. So it could be that what we're doing with our grant funds is standing up then our internal co-responder position within the sheriff's department that also handles part of the time, so that ultimately we can get as close as we can to that perfect ideal of 24/7, and we won't get there, but that it could be a combination of things in the interim. So I think having you on board with to post the position, I'm completely comfortable with today, as long as my understanding is that for 2023, that JCMH was willing to fund that position for Clear Creek County to help us out. In the meantime, we'll be working on this grant, using these grant funds in our work with the task force immediately, this initial nuclear task force, to come up with augmentation to make sure we're covered as well as possible, as soon as possible. And I don't know what that looks like either until we get there. So.
And you look perplexed, Kiara.
Oh, sorry. I think as long as we're really working on this together and finding the right model, you know, I would like for there to be sort of a commitment that if we post this position, that we're engaged in conversations about what's the best model in any scenario. Jefferson Center is committed to really supporting the county, whether it's through that co-responder position or the wraparound services that support that position. What I don't want to do is post a position that then you say, well, we really don't need. And we've made the decision to go another direction without just strong partnership, communication, and alignment through that. And sometimes I guess I'll say, I'm not sure, you know, if we can find together, if we can jointly find a person that's committed to Clear Creek County and committed to meeting the behavioral health needs as a co-responder, it doesn't matter as much who hires that position, but there are benefits for them to get the supervision that Jefferson Center offers, to be a part of a broader co-responder team, to get training that supports their continuing education credits. There's a lot of value in having Jefferson Center as an employer. And so I guess the dialogue might be, what are the benefits on each side? And as long as we can be engaged in that conversation and all sort of aiming in the right direction, you know, we're more than happy to post the position and also shift gears and go a different direction as long as that feels collaborative. Does that make sense?
Makes sense. I think we all need to be at the same table then, writing this grant that's due in 12 days, right?
Well, were we talking about using this grant to fund the JCMH position?
No.
I wasn't.
No, but I think based on what I just heard from Kiara, she's wanting somewhat of a commitment from us right now that we're going to work together on what this position looks like. And so,
and that if she funds it, we actually use it.
Exactly. And so I think that also means that it needs to be part of our discussions on how we're going to apply for this grant. I mean, any thoughts, Sarah? I mean,
I'm going to suggest that we kind of pull back for a second. I understand everything that we're discussing, but it makes sense for, as we indicated initially, staff to do the initial recon work of what's needed before JCMH goes to the effort of posting a position.
Yes.
Intentionally retaining somebody for that position that could end up not being the position that we're needing under the model that we decide on. Seems like we might be putting the cart before the horse. I'd respectfully suggest that we allow staff to do that phase 1 review before asking JCMH to commit those resources.
right, that was the road we were headed down 5 minutes ago. And then,
Yeah, the only thing that's a little bit different is the phase 3, the long-term sustainable one. That might take a year to stand up. And this, what I'm thinking about, the offer on the table, the thing we're discussing now, is that may be the sustainable solution, but it almost certainly could be the interim solution to get us to where we need to be with the grant funding and a more deliberate, longer term approach that may or may not involve our neighbors. And we don't know what that one's going to look like, but we know that there's one that's available that could be funded, that could be operational very soon.
yeah, let's just not, using your terminology, phase 1 is only 12 days long.
Yeah.
And then we're
exactly.
immediately into the next phase. What are we going to do now? Well, we'll wait to see if we get the grant. I mean, that's right around the
So you could
corner.
even wait, you're saying wait till November 1st to basically talk about phase 2.
I'm saying, let us go meet, figure out what we're applying for. What does this program look like that we're applying for, right? Hit submit on the grant. That's phase 1. I thought that's where that was the road we were headed down, right? And the second piece then, or the second phase, is what are we going to do in the interim?
Right. I was just getting kind of excited about what George proposed, which is why don't we maybe even create a couple of parallel paths as long as it was feasible.
The parallel paths is okay with me as long as they're parallel paths and not locked together as the same path. 2 paths that appear to be 2 paths that are actually one path.
Yeah, and just like what I heard, I got excited because I heard a lot of flexibility and a lot of commitment from our partner. And we're all aware of scenarios where communities with funded co-responder programs needed them, except they didn't have anybody hired into them. And so like knowing the recruitment challenges and everything else, that's why I got excited, because geez, we give ourselves a better chance of having something on the ground the sooner we post a position, somebody, anybody. But that comment said, we don't need to resolve this today, right here, right now. Maybe this is a solid recommendation from this member of this board that we take Jefferson Center very seriously in their offer, and we do our best to follow through on the only ask they're making of us, which is to be transparent with them about how we're thinking about how we're moving forward.
Right.
How we're thinking about how we're moving forward, and also if we're gonna take them up on their offer of the position, that there's a commitment moving forward that we're gonna use it. And it's not gonna be temporary. I mean, that's definitely what I just heard Kiara say. We can't tell them to go off and hire a job and then 8 months down the road go, we got our funding, now we're gonna build this program over here.
We don't need.
And we don't need that position anymore. That's the last place I think they want.
Well, I only heard a 1-year commitment too, right? I mean, I don't think we need to create I don't think we're talking about something that's beyond a year.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
So
Anyway, I think that the motion that we originally made still stands, and our staff is free to speak with whomever they wish, as benefited right here in terms of co-applicants. And I think in terms of doing your research to write the grant as well as it can be written, you can speak with whomever you need to speak with also, as you see fit. So I think the wording that Peter gave us is the action we need to take today.
I think so too. I have some more things I want to talk about and share.
Prior to that, though.
Just continuing to work through this memo. Talking about what this task force should do in the medium and long term after this grant application is in. I just want to share that I would like to see it continue while the program is on the ground. I think it needs independent paid facilitation so that we can have one person that we can hold accountable to make sure that there's progress. And I would like to see the task force monitor that and learn lessons from that, and ideally design this grant for maximum opportunity to learn lessons and experiment with different models. And then bring back to us, not like because this board is going to decide, but bring back to the public through this board a conversation about here's what we think we learned, here's what we think the long-term track is. And so the reason I want to say that now, prior to the motion, is because I think if this grant will allow for it, asking for funding to facilitate the continuation of this task force would be appropriate to throw into this grant. And if not, then we'll look for funding somewhere else.
I know that, yeah. I think I appreciate the spirit of what you're saying, George. In some ways, I think the task force knows what they need, and if they need a facilitator, I think they should get one. They feel like there are other higher priorities. I kind of defer to how they want to run their shop, but I don't feel super strongly about it.
I feel like if stage one is, if stage one is the next 12 days, write a grant. Stage two is before we even get a grant, we have an opportunity to work with JCMH to get help on the ground even sooner than that grant would be able to allow us to design it and put it on the ground and start to get some level of co-response. We should definitely be on that, and that's phase two, to continue to try to work on that and absolutely collaborate with JCMH. They're the ones who are offering to do it. At the end of the day, then I think that we are also, the grant we're asking for, my understanding was to create co-response, not to do a year-long study with a task force or anything like that. It's to get stuff on the ground, but then simultaneously, a fourth leg of this, if you will, is the creation of that task force to continue to monitor everything we're doing to help blend this together and make it better as we go forward. And with the advice of those with lived experience and everything, as we discussed. But I think I know that there's, I know we've talked about this for a couple of years, just right in here most recently, and we've come to this place where we are. And I know that we have ourselves bemoan the fact that we've done so many studies about the same things that sit on a shelf until you do the next study again and nobody ever got it off the shelf to see what was in it. I know that's not going to happen here, and that's exactly why we need to have somebody monitoring this and have expectations of reports back and continuing progress for this task force. I think it's going to have, staff's going to have to come back to us to tell us when that facilitation begins, because it may be that what this grant does is it enables us to get a co-responder embedded very quickly. And that's kind of that phase 3 part, is the execution of the grants once we get it. And then that can be in combination with JCMH. I don't think we have to make I agree that maybe today isn't enough time yet. We haven't said enough to decide that JCMH should post today. Personally, I was comfortable with it because I'm sure whatever they'll come up with will be a help. But if we want to wait and have more conversation, we can. Otherwise, I think we should make this motion and give staff the flexibility to get the grant written today and continue to work forward on everything else everybody here talked about, including the task force.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to lay out my opinion on how I would love to see this go in 2023. That's all.
I think it can. I don't think there's anything here that precludes that. So.
No, definitely not.
Anything else you gentlemen think we need to cover before we entertain a motion?
I think I'm good.
You good?
Either one of you guys have anything different that you want to change in the motion itself? I think it works. I think it's allows enough flexibility. So I'll make a motion approving a grant application to the Department of Local Affairs to obtain grant funds through DOLA's Peace Officers Behavioral Health Support and Community Partnerships Grant Program to support co-responder community responses and/or community-based alternative responses. Approving that the chair be authorized to sign that application, and approving that staff submit the application with any co-applicant behavioral health or community-based social services provider if staff determines co-applying benefits the application.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes. Anything else for the good of the order?
I think that was it.
I just want to share why I think we should have some help moving forward. And it's because I see two huge differences between what's happening right now and what happened 2 years ago when we started this conversation. I see that everybody's at the table and excited to move forward, right? I see we have municipal police chiefs logging in to share their excitement. This community is ready to do this. And then the other one is the state has provided resources that just did not exist in 2020. And that's the opportunity we're talking about right now. And lastly, I think the state knows that there's still more work to do, and that we probably are going to need the state to continue to add to funding on this and provide resources to us. So that's why I think that we should have hope that it's going to be different this time around.
Yep, I agree with that.
I do have a housekeeping matter before you conclude the meeting.
Okay.
Okay, we never actually formally came out of executive session. We obviously started the regular session with Gilpin. But if you could just state for the record that prior to resuming the regular session, we came out of executive session, no written minutes were taken.
Thank you.
No
Yes,
decisions.
so prior to our joint lunch meeting, working lunch meeting at 1 o'clock with Gilpin County, we concluded our executive session. No written minutes were kept and no decisions were made. And that concludes our agenda for today.
We did vote, right? Say,
Yes, you did.
Yeah, okay, sorry. So many of those I forget, and I know we've forgotten them before. We've gotten it. Yeah.
No, exactly. When the meetings go past 3, yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Things degrade.
Yeah, thank you, Rick.
Thanks.
And Kiara and Kara and Chief Busick and everyone else, thank you also.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining us for hours.
Happy to. Take care.
Those hours. Turn the meeting
You
on,
done?
please.
Sorry.